Hey guys, how you feeling? What's your kitty cat's name? Autumn. Good name. Oh yeah, she knows. Is there an Instagram account or TikTok? Cat talk. There's our $1 million idea. Oh boy, here we go. So we're gonna finish up chapter 8, get on into 9. 8 has a little bit of math in it. We'll do some calculations, and I just want to remind you to be checking in with that syllabus along the way. So let's see where we stand with that. Here we go. So we were talking about this cooperation last night amongst the members of the multiple listing service. And that's just part of the deal. That's why you joined the MLS, right? It's to cooperate with other brokers and other firms to make your listings available to them and their buyers and vice versa, and collect this massive database of data, which is really useful. In fact, the MLS is not only used by brokers, it's used by appraisers. Appraisers, they're sort of the PhD of pricing specialists, right? They're really good at figuring out what something is worth because they do it the most. They're very specialized. That's all they do. We do lots of different things, including valuation. We're going to learn about the difference between what appraisers do and what we as brokers do in a future chapter. But that MLS is gold. Everybody wants that data. So when you get your license, you make it active by joining or affiliating with a firm. Then you join the Realtor Association. Then you can join the MLS. Then you can get a lockbox app on your phone to open up those key boxes on all those listings. And of course, there's training. There's required training for the Realtor Association through learning their code of ethics. And there's mandatory training, as we see here, for the MLS so that you know how to operate it, how to look up stats, how to enter listings. And there's not one universal MLS either. Multiple listing service is regional. There's multiple. I should know. I should ask, find out. But there's more than one across the state of North Carolina. Ours in Charlotte, the Charlotte region, is called Canopy MLS, and it serves basically the 50-mile radius around Charlotte, including, it kind of skips over some counties to the west and then also includes Asheville for some reason, some partnership that they made with Asheville. I've listed a house in North Wilkesboro before, which is about an hour north from me, and I just used the Canopy Charlotte-based MLS to list that, but they had their own local MLS as well. And I considered it. I considered joining that one just for the purpose of that listing or partnering with a broker up there who was a member of that one. I never did, didn't have to. It ended up selling. I found someone called me off of the sign. It was a busy road, and they called, and I was actually, let me think. I don't remember if I was a dual agent or if they were an unrepresented buyer, but I was the only agent involved in the transaction. I think I was a dual agent, which was very useful because we talked about that whole dual agency thing and the giving up of loyalty. But let's examine that for a second. Why would somebody actually go along with that deal? When you explain to them, I can't tell you negotiating facts about the other party. They can't tell you their secrets, but I also can't tell them your secrets. But it's not the greatest arrangement, is it? It's not like two separate companies or even designated dual where that loyalty is restored. So this dual agency, we've got a seller and a buyer, and then let's just say in this case, one agent in between them. Although, as we know, it could be more than one, but let's say it's just one. What motivates the parties to that transaction, those principles, to be interested in allowing you to be a dual agent? Why do you think they go along with this or even prefer it? Think super basic. Think the overall goal of business. Just the main, most fundamental reason you're in business. It's that money. You got it. Because if I'm the only broker, even if my seller agrees to pay my chosen full price commission, let's just say at 6%. If I'm a dual agent though, and I don't have to share that 6, I know personally I'd be okay with 5 or maybe even 4 if it meant putting the deal together. And in that case, this was a listing on 27 acres. The asking price was, I think at the time, $475. I knew it was going to probably sell for around 400, but I told the seller that, and they wanted to try the 475, and so we did. A buyer called me off the sign. They were unrepresented, and as a dual agent, I was obligated to make it fair to both parties and give that buyer everything I had given the seller. So I did a CMA for the seller. I had to do a CMA for the buyer to the same level. Here are comparables. Here's some adjustments to those comps. Well, then what do you think I should offer? Oh, well, I can't tell you that. All I can do is provide you this information like I did to the seller. So that went on. And guess what they came in with? That buyer chose to offer $400,000, and they wouldn't budge off of it. And the seller was willing to come down to, I think, $425,000. So I was $25,000 apart between the two parties. My commission on $425,000, let's see. Yeah, was about $25,000. But somehow I forgot exactly how it worked out at the end. By agreeing to take 3% instead of 6%, I got that split down close enough that they made it work. And if we had to pay for 2 different agents, I doubt that could have worked out. I don't think there would have been room to pay 2 agents plus keep the buyer happy and keep the seller happy. The seller was already pretty grumpy. They were a family friend, and they were not thrilled that all the money they had put into this fancy log home when the original one burned, and all of their sweat equity. They built a cabin, like a 16 by 16 foot 2-story hunting log cabin up in the woods. They were old school kind of boomer generation, and they didn't know how to relax. Their version of a vacation was to go do more work, and they had just built the house, so they just hauled all these logs up into the woods, up the hill, like a really steep hill, with tractor and trailer, and put that thing together. And they were like 60 and 68 years old. It was amazing. It was really cool. So it was a pretty unique property. It was amazing that we found a buyer that would go along with all. It was pasture land. It was barns. So again, the dual agency thing made it because I felt comfortable enough to bridge the gap. You can't always bridge the gap with your commission, but that's the luxury you have. A little more wiggle room just to get it done, right? And then, it's also a long game. Yeah, not ideal. I would have rather done it for 4. That turned out to be about 3%. But I also sold a house to the seller's son, who was my high school friend. Ended up selling houses to him 3 times. Sold the one he was in, helped him buy one, helped him sell that one a few years later. So that was 3, plus the one I was a dual agent, plus the buyer of the dual agent cabin one called me a couple years later to sell a house for him. So this is a long game, guys. And dropping to make something work, it's not all about the dollars of that one transaction. It's about the relationship and being their go-to that they call, the one they call later. And if they have somebody else in the meantime, they'll call you and refer those people to you as well. So that all stemmed from this remark about MLS. It's a big consideration, listing things in your area, working in an area that but sometimes those areas cross a little bit of boundary. So MLSs could be useful for some, especially those that border states, right? If you're near the border of Virginia, you're going to have a Virginia MLS on that side of the line and a North Carolina one. And then South Carolina, Fort Mill, Rock Hill, although that happens to be covered by our MLS, but all those things come into play. We talked about the Sherman Antitrust Act prohibiting price fixing. Can't say there's a standard commission. It prohibits boycotting. You can't get together and say, we're not ever going to use this home inspector. They're terrible. Can't do that. It's sort of like bullying, right? And we can't carve up the market area and say, well, this northeast section is only going to be served by Realty Company A, and this southwest section is only going to be served by Realty Company B. By doing that, you're eliminating the freedom of choice. You're denying the consumers the ability to choose and shop rates. You'd have a much easier time if it was allowed as that one firm that only serves that part of town to demand and receive your chosen commission, because they would have no other choice, and that's why it's not allowed, because it ultimately hurts the consumer. So if the question on the test is something along the lines of a consumer meets you in the grocery store line and asks you what the standard commission rate is, what would be some good optional answers there? Good question, Libby. I think yes, probably MLS areas are home basing to the major bigger cities, but obviously some, especially in North Carolina, some towns in the middle to the eastern part of the state, and in Asheville, western, there's only a few big cities in North Carolina, but yeah, I think it's either going to be one big city that's served or a group of smaller ones, if that's all that's around. So what's our answer when they say, what's the standard commission rate? What's a good answer? There you go. That's a great one. There is no standard, but I charge this. That's the point I was trying to get to. You got right to it. We can say what we charge. We can say what our standard is, although I would still shy away from that word. But this is what I charge. And then obviously, because of the Realtor Code of Ethics, we want to stay away from talking bad about other agents, other firms. Sorry, guys. Just had a moment. I wanted to make sure I'm okay. There it is. Yeah, I'm recording. That we are not talking down about other firms. So if we've called them because their listing expired, if they're interested in interviewing you to give you a chance, they're probably not happy with the one who had expired with, and it's really tempting to join the bandwagon, jump up on there, and especially if you know the agent, but don't do it, right? Need to say, you know what, guys, I can't speak to what they did or didn't do. All I can share with you is what I like to do, what my clients have been happy with, and how I successfully accomplish your goal, how I will successfully accomplish your goal. Rise, just lift out of that situation, right? Set that tone. Code of Ethics also does not allow us to go after other agents' clients. The big fancy legal term is tortious interference with contractual relations. Don't steal people's clients. If they're hired by that person, they're off limits. However, if, for instance, a seller who has a listing on the market with a different firm/agent calls you and says, you know what, it expires next week. We want to see what our options are. This was a person referred to us by family, and we should have just done more research, and just want you to come out and tell us what's going on. Why hasn't this sold, and what would you do to sell it if we were to list with you? Can you do that? They invite you over tomorrow. The listing expires next week. Can you go over there and give them a listing appointment presentation? You absolutely can. And we'll look at the, we'll just do it now. Look at the listing agreement and see where that just is spelled out. It's right here. Okay, good. It's on the front page, talking about the date that this agreement goes into effect. Two choices: either the effective date here, when everybody has signed, you on behalf of the firm and the seller have both signed, or this one: the property is currently listed for sale exclusively with another firm. Seller represents that the current agreement expires on this such and such date. the effective date of this new one with us is going to start as soon as that one expires. So it's right there. That's an option on the front. And then it makes a note when we go through all these forms, including the contract and next chapter, but all of these listing agreements and agency agreements, these boxes are gold. They're great. And these little reminders and these notes, they'll get you through as a brand new agent. Just reading this thing and being very familiar with the entire form from a good read through a time or two, which, by the way, we'll do in your post classes, is going to get you a long way toward being able to sound like you know what you're doing and that you've done this a bunch of times, because it gives us everything we possibly need. Like here, the note. Don't forget, according to the Code of Ethics, don't engage in anything inconsistent with exclusive representation. Don't steal clients, right? And then here's our expiration. It's got to be required, as we saw on a slide. Make sure that we remember the required things on the listing agreement. And there we are. So yeah, if they initiate with you, we can discuss the terms of the possible listing agreement that would start when theirs expires or ends. We should not suggest that they terminate. Don't encourage them to fire or try to terminate. The seller could only request, right? Anyway, the firm would have the option to let them out of it or not. But they could. The seller could certainly ask for that to happen, especially if they're over it today and the listing agreement doesn't expire for 2 or 3 more months. They might just be itching to get into another situation. But again, don't push that. Just be available and ready when they're ready. Say, look, guys, I'm ready when you are. You do what you need to do. Once it expires, we can be up and ready to go. If that firm allows you to get out, if that's what you want to do, so be it. As long as your listing agreement has either terminated or expired and terminated, then I'm ready. Because sometimes the firm will let them out, but only for a fee. The firm might say, you've still got 3 more months in this listing term. We're not just going to let you out for free. If you pay us $1,000, we'll let you out. I don't know how much goodwill that's going to create in the marketplace or with that particular seller, but I've heard of it happening firsthand from a friend in the business. She left a firm. She wanted to take her listings with her. When you leave a firm, you can't take your listings with you unless the firm allows you to. But the thing was, all of those sellers of those 10 listings would have never hired that firm if it weren't for her being in that firm. And so the proper procedure for leaving a firm when you have listings is we are not allowed to contact those sellers. We can't do it. Even if it's our best friend or relative, we can't be the one who gives the seller the news that we're leaving. We've got to sit back and wait for the broker to give them the news and say, look, guys, so-and-so has left the firm, your original listing agent, and then whatever the situation is. If that broker in charge wants to be supportive and cool with you, they might go ahead and let you take them with you, maybe, but it's up to them. It's up to the firm. And they would say, would you like to go with her? And then it's up to the seller. Or they could say what I mentioned a minute ago. They could say, well, we're going to do a great job assigning you to a replacement listing agent. Oh, wait, you want to go with the original one because that was your friend from high school or that's your cousin? Well, we could make that happen, but only if you pay us a fee. And that's what they tried to do with her folks. And her folks just wrote it out. They just waited. They didn't pay the fee to get out. They just didn't bother to try that hard to sell it for the next month or two until it naturally the expiration date hit and they were free to do what they wanted to. That's the thing. If you're kind of holding a seller hostage like that, are they going to allow showings? Maybe not. Are they going to be cooperative? You can't make them show their house, right? So it could get messy. Sometimes it could get messy. We talked about the do not call laws. You can click on that link if you open up your syllabus like this, and it'll take you to the FCC document about that. But what it is that you need to know for this course is that you can call for how many months after you do a transaction with someone? How many months are you free to call someone on the do not call registry if you've had an actual sales transaction with them? Two choices, 3 or 18 months, 3 months or 18 months. The 18 months is after a transaction is done. Just think about it this way. They're kind of rewarding you for having won the business to begin with. So they're going to give you more time to continue the relationship and call. So if you have an actual consummated sales transaction, you've got 18 months that you can still call someone on the do not call list. The 3 months is how much time you can keep calling them if they've made an inquiry with you. That's a hard word to say. If they've inquired on a website for one of your listings or just made some sort of a casual inquiry, not a full transaction. But then there's another exemption that's not really mentioned in the syllabus, but if you deep dive in the real estate manual, which is the big book that you'll use when you take post classes, the other exemption is if you have a personal relationship with them. You can call them even if they're on the do not call registry. And that's usually the way it works out in this business. We don't just sell something real quick. These aren't cell phones. This isn't like a watch or even a car. Things that you kind of forgot the name and the face of the person that sold it to you a month later. This is an investment of time and energy and emotion. And you've become a marriage counselor. You've been a psychiatrist. You've been a housekeeper. You've been a repair person. You've maybe kept their kid while they could look at the house in some peace. I've done all of that. I've babysat the kid while the wife met with the mortgage professional so that she could triplets, 3-year-old triplets. Had one on each knee, and the other one was running all around the conference room, and one pushed the other one, and I'm trying to juggle. It's just so mom, and she was laser focused. She wasn't paying any attention to any of that. But she got that conversation handled and got the loan applied for. So we do it all. And therefore, we're looked at more as a friend. We have a relationship when it's done, which is great because, again, it goes back to that long term, that long game. And then we can call people on the do not call list who are for sale by owners, but only if we have an actual buyer, potential buyer for their house, not as a secret attempt to lie about a buyer so that we can get in there and tell them how foolish they are and they really need to just list their house. Just give up and list with me. Come on, you know you want to. The thing about email needing an opt out or an unsubscribe button option falls under this thing called the Can-Spam Act. It's regulated by the Federal Trade Commission. Just have to have an unsubscribe button. That's probably the type of question you'd run into for this particular topic about email. Oh, there's another one. They don't really mention it here, but for the do not call registry, you've got to keep the list of numbers, your do not call list, that list of people that you're not supposed to call, the registry that you have, that you bought probably, that can't be any older than 31 days. You've got to have at least a 31-day-old list, no older than. In other words, if you call someone on the registry who got on the registry 40 days ago and the commission or the FTC complains, you're dealing with a complaint, they're going to say, how old was your list? Oh, well, we were not on my do not call list. Well, how old is your list? Oh, it's from 6 months ago or 3 months ago. Well, that's not good enough. They went on the list 30 days ago. They should have come onto your list if you had a recent enough one. So a 31-day, no older than 31-day list. Then we got into the listing practices, the things that we needed to gather, the documents. We need ideally, this isn't required, but this is certainly useful, a copy of the seller's deed, a copy of the survey if they have one, copy of protective covenants, HOA docs, the dues, the rules and regulations, and then the balance still due on the seller's mortgage. Why do you need to know that? As a listing agent, listing broker, Why do you ask them how much is left on their loan? Seems kind of personal. Oh, that's a good one. Yeah, we learned that. What Libby says, make sure they're not upside down. We learned that in 2008 because so many people were. It also can help you choose what to charge them. You normally charge them 5%, but because they're so tight on the money, you feel the need, you just want to help them. So you're just gonna have to take a lower commission in light of how much it's worth minus the amount that they owe. Maybe you do, maybe you don't, but knowing it is important in the beginning. Know it sooner than later. Don't find out later that commission that they agreed to, maybe they agreed to 7%, but several weeks into the transaction, you find out, ooh, wow, there's no way they can afford that. The price they agreed to take minus the amount they owe to the lender, minus the amount that they agreed to pay me, is the lender's not going to take a hit. So I would have to take a hit on the commission, and the price is the price. Let's figure that out early. Okay. And then we have that meeting. On that listing meeting, we're talking to them about their goals. What are they trying to accomplish? We're looking for material facts. We're discovering and disclosing material facts, finding out what the features and benefits are, and also the negatives, so that we can either figure out, can they get them fixed, because they're gonna fill out a property disclosure, the residential property and homeowners association disclosure, and they have choices. The seller's the only one who can fill that out, for one thing. You can't do it for them, even though it's hard to read, kind of small print, and maybe they don't understand all the questions. You can certainly help them understand the questions. You can even read it to them, but they have to actually fill it out themselves. But their choices are check the yes box if there is a problem, check the no box if there's no problem, or say that you don't know, and that's called no representation. And let me see if I have that up. Oh, there's one. Okay, good, a blank one. And there's what that looks like in the upper corner. Sometimes there's no box because it's not applicable for the question asked, but they have the choice. Yes, there is an issue. No, there's not, or I'm not telling. No representation. They can choose no rep, even if they know things are wrong, but they can't check no if they know things are wrong. Does that make sense? That would be a lie. They can't say there's nothing wrong if there really is, but they can say I'm not telling if there really is. But here's the thing, that is their legal right. And so you need to go into this nice and fresh and clean and proper and say to them, look, guys, before we talk about this disclosure, you should know your choices are check yes if there's a problem, no if there's no problem, but you can also choose to check no representation on the whole thing if you want to. But if I know the thing that you're choosing not to talk about, I cannot also hide behind no representation. I have to disclose it as the broker. So it's important to let them know before they accidentally confide in you. And now you say, well, oh, you shouldn't have told me the roof leaks. I have to tell them you wanted to check no representation. Well, you still can, but it's kind of not going to do you any good because I have to disclose what you just told me about the roof. And then you make your way on down. This whole first page is about problems and types of pipes and plumbing and connections and related directly to the property. Then we've got things continuing some of that, but then also like lawsuits, foreclosures, easements, pretty much the whole first page and a half, or second page and half of the third is about the property itself. And then it gets into if there is a homeowners association. Who is it? Names of contact people. Is there one? Yes, there is. No, there's not, or I'm not telling. Why would you check no rep for homeowner association? Because you may not know if there really is one. Maybe it's kind of one of those informal, unofficial ones. There was intended to be, but they never really followed up. Some neighborhoods are like that. And if they're absolutely not sure, or sometimes it's it's an optional fee. You could pay the HOA fee if you want to. And so, of course, most people don't choose to. So how much of a HOA really is there? Just need to give them full disclosure. And then that last page is continuing about HOA, and it's got some interesting questions that I think I mentioned last night. One of them is this: are there any fees charged by the association in connection with the transfer of the property? Is there a fee for the privilege of selling it or the privilege of buying it? The new buyer might have to pay a fee, or you, the seller, might have to pay a fee. Are there any special assessments? Are there any unsatisfied judgments involving the property itself? Any liens that we learned about in week 2 or 3? And then this one that a lot of people don't think about. Are there any judgments or liens or lawsuits about the HOA? The HOA might be run poorly. That HOA, Homeowners Association, could be run by a group of people that didn't do what they were supposed to do. And so they've got some legal issues. And maybe they have some delinquencies. So better to learn that than who's going to have to clear that stuff up. The current residents are going to have to deal with that stuff. So before your buyer becomes one of those, let's make sure that we figure out just how bad is it. Maybe they want to just not live in that neighborhood until that mess gets cleaned up and move on to something else. And then finally, what's covered under the HOA fee? Another choice. Yes, there is a management fee, for instance, or no, there's not, or I don't know for sure. So therefore, no representation. There's a master insurance policy. There's includes trash removal. Maybe not. Maybe it's another trash company. Maybe there's a choice of them. So full disclosure of optional, right? The owner could choose to check no rep. Why would an owner, even though they could check no representation, what would be a good reason for them to not check no representation? Why might that not be the best choice? They check no representation. If you're thinking of buying a house and you see this disclosure with a bunch of no representation on it, what are you gonna assume as the potential buyer? They won't tell me anything about this place. They're just checking no representation for everything. Yeah. What are they hiding? They're not telling me anything, so they must be hiding a lot of things. When it could just be that it's an attorney. John Sylvia had a client like that. And it was an attorney couple, and they said, wait a minute. So this disclosure that's required can basically be worthless. Basically, we could check no representation for the whole thing. Well, as attorneys, we're all about limiting liability. We're down for that. And that's what they did. The whole thing. They didn't care that people might assume the worst. Okay, you're going to have it inspected. Find out for yourself if it's bad. But here it is what it is. So all you can do is explain to them how that stuff works and give them their options, and don't let them harm themselves by telling you something they wanted to check no representation about. Another big one they like to test you on, and that's a huge deal in the real world, is whether something was permitted. Some kind of improvement, sunroom, garage was added. Did you get a permit before you did that? And maybe the seller didn't think they were ever selling. They thought they'd die there. Therefore, they didn't bother to spend the money. Not that much money, but they didn't bother anyway. So they didn't get a permit. You need to know this. That's a material fact if there's any unpermitted work. Unpermitted work on the property is a material fact you have to disclose. We talked about the septic system. It's in this RPODs, by the way, on the first page or second page, right there. Is this dwelling served by a septic system? If so, how many bedrooms allowed? Perks for a 4-bedroom, put that in the blank right there. And you, of course, talk about your marketing plan. That's really what they want to hear from you. That's why you're there. Convince me to hire you. What are you going to do for me? Are you going to have open houses every Saturday? Are you going to reach out to your network of other brokers who've sold similar houses? All of those are possible. Are you going to do Facebook ads, Instagram ads, video, aerial photos, drone stuff? What exactly do you do? And then this one, the square footage. Is it a material fact required by the Real Estate Commission to report the square footage? Does the commission consider it a material fact? No, they don't. All the commission says about it is if you do choose to or have to report square footage, it better be accurate. So how do we figure out if it's accurate? It's a nice yellow book. It's called Measuring Guidelines or something like that. We're not expected to possess the expertise to measure it, but we are still responsible for it. We could hire it to be done. And I would suggest you find somebody who can measure it that's better at it than you are. There are some measuring companies out there that hire just anybody. I think they might hire any real estate broker, but they put the broker through training. I hired one once, and he was a nice guy, and he did a fine job. I have no problem with what was done. However, I was talking to him because I was out there to let him in. Come to find out, he was a part-time real estate broker and had his license for 2 years. Now, I'm not throwing shade. I welcome it. Anybody can learn to do any of this stuff. Heck, your guys are going to be a provisional broker and learn to do this, and you could choose to just measure it yourself, and you might have had the license for a month. Fine. But right here it says we are held responsible. And in some other information, it says we should seek out hiring professionals that are better at it than we are. So for me, if I'm hiring somebody to measure it, and if I'm the one responsible, even for something they came up with, I'm wanting to hire somebody who's maybe a long-time appraiser, retired appraiser, somebody that's measured a whole bunch of houses. I felt like I was probably at least as good as this guy because I've been doing this for 26 years. If I'm putting my license on the line for accuracy, I'm gonna screen it better next time and make sure the one that I'm actually paying my money to measure my listing that I'm responsible for is a lot better at it, more experienced at it than me. But just fair warning, that's what can go on out there. Be aware of who's measuring your stuff and be comfortable with their experience and ability in doing that because you're on the hook for it. Yeah, sure thing. hmm It's it's pretty easy. You can even make a phone call. You can just call the county, the city, the county office, and say, um, "Could you look up this address, see if there's any permits pulled for this work that was done?" And they've been pretty quick. They're pretty quick to act. But yeah, ultimately, that you would need to find out somehow if the seller could show it and prove it to you, show you a permit. If they don't know, then yes, call. Just like you would call about the septic permit. They may not have that on hand, and you would call the county health department and say, "Do you have a septic permit on this property?" And they'll say, "What's the property address?" And they'll say, "What's your email?" And within 24 hours, they'll email you if something that they have. They may not have it on file, though. The septic permits are not always current, and some counties are worse or better at it than others. I think Stanley County only keeps them for 7 years. But if you find that they don't have one on file, then for septic, not to get away from your original question, you'd hire a soil engineer, have somebody come out and inspect the system and make sure it's working right. That's all you really could do. Sure. Sorry. Oh, oh, good question. That's oh, okay. So finding out about the permit is free. That's just calling. Finding out that you need to have a septic inspection, I would ask the seller to do that. It just depends on what you want to offer. How full service do you want to be? But I think that would be a reasonable one to expect them to pay for the septic inspection. Um, the Square footage measuring, that seems to be something the agent pays for, because it's sort of lumped in with the photography. But depends on if it's some big fancy $1 million listing, maybe you could work out some sort of a marketing budget that they share with you. Or, but if you're doing that, you're going to be used to shelling out some money in order to treat that full service listing the way they're accustomed to be treated. So things that the agent tends to pay for include photography, all of it, like aerial, video, 360, which any of it, it's not that we always have to do all of that, but whatever that is done tends to be on the agent dime. Measuring, because the measuring includes not just measuring, but they put it in a nice, pretty format so that you have a marketing piece to use. Any marketing, any advertising, all that stuff. That's why so many newer agents don't really get into listings right away, because it requires some upfront money on all that sort of thing. But buyers are free. They just cost your time, right? You just put them in your pocket and make yourself available anytime they want to see stuff. And as soon as you can find them the right thing, connect them up and get it closed, you're going to make some money. But a listing is different. You're going to be shelling out some money up front. And you could try to charge a retainer fee or a marketing fee in the beginning to kind of counteract that outlay of cash. So it all just depends. It's negotiable. Depends on what the market's used to. If the other three agents they're considering are going to pay for it themselves, they're probably going to maybe look you over if you don't. So you just need to see what you're working with and be ready. We certainly, for square footage, the owner, the broker should not rely on anything other than their own, either their own measurement or a measurement they hired to be done. So this list here in number 3, don't rely on what the owner says it is. They don't know. They're usually wrong. They just pop off. Only the engineer-minded type of people know it to the foot. Oh, it's 2603. But everybody else is like, oh, I think it's 2,600, but it turns out it's 2,300. They usually estimate to the high side. Don't rely on even blueprints. And blueprints and floor plans, those seem pretty official. But the thing is, did they actually build it to the blueprint? They might not have, right? They might have made some modifications. The only way you can be sure is to measure the actual animal itself, the house itself, right? Tax records are a joke. Square footage is often wrong on tax records, and it's usually something that the owner's happy about because it's usually to the low side. The tax record says it's smaller than it really is, which is great because that kind of means you're paying taxes on a smaller amount than it really is. And then even information from an earlier transaction, it is really tempting for a broker to look up the previous MLS listing and then just to fill in the blanks. Just look at the one and fill in yours back and forth. But you need to verify all that stuff. That agent might not have had their act together. They might have made a bunch of mistakes. And now the big thing that gets people, I think the big thing that gets agents in trouble on square footage is they'll pull it from the tax record to the exact number. I mean, if you're going to be underhanded, at least make it deviate. Don't put the 1623 that you got from the tax record. I'm not telling you how to do it wrong. I'm just saying there are agents who do that. They get kind of lazy. So you need to measure it yourself or hire it to be done. That means you need to know what's necessary to be measured. And that's what the yellow book is about. So we're going to look at that book here in a second and do some of those calculations. But one more thing. The listing agent is the one who's putting all this info into the MLS, right? They're the one, or they're hiring somebody to do it, but they're the one responsible. They're the one who's going to be held responsible if something is incorrect in the MLS, including square footage. And because the MLS requires the square feet to be reported, now the commission says, well, it better be accurate. So what about a buyer agent? You bring your buyer, they want to see a listing. You tell your buyer what you read off of the MLS sheet, and it says it's 2,306 square feet on the main and another 1,300 on the second floor for a total of whatever that is. You're the buyer agent. What if the square footage is wrong? Are you accountable for that wrong square feet as their buyer agent? It's okay to read the screen. Sometimes I ask you questions and they're right there in front of you. I just want the interaction. And that's what the commission says right there, number 4. A buyer agent, a broker working with the buyer, so it doesn't even really have to be a buyer agent. It could be a sub-agent to the seller. The selling agent, because that's the one working with the buyer, has a reasonable expectation that what they see in the MLS is accurate. But, there's the big but, the broker has to have enough expertise to recognize if there's an error to a certain point. And in the yellow book that I keep talking about, it pretty much says that we need to be good within 5%. If there's a 5% or more amount of error between what the actual square footage is and what it's claimed to be, we as the agent helping the buyer need to recognize that and give the buyer a warning and say, you know what? It says here it's 3,700 square feet, but it doesn't feel that big. I think it's really something less than that. And so if we feel that, if we think that, then we need to verify it. We need to either measure it ourselves or hire it to be done to verify it. Don't let that buyer buy that property if you get a feeling based on your knowledge and you just feel it just seems like it's not right. If that were the case for me as the selling agent helping that buyer, my first stop would be checking the tax record. Let's see if the square footage reported in the MLS is an exact match to what was reported in the tax record. Because if that's the case, odds are pretty good they just cut and pasted. They just claimed what they saw in the tax record as the actual. So that might be another clue. I would also call the listing agent and I'd say, I'm just curious, did you happen to have this measured professionally? If they did, they probably would have included it as an attachment in the MLS so you could see it for yourself, but it wouldn't hurt to talk to that listing agent and then ask the question and be quiet and see if they stutter. Sometimes they might hem and haw a little bit, and you learn more from what they don't say than what they actually do say. If it takes them a minute to collect themselves and give you an answer, maybe they're hiding something. But if you're suspicious like that, you've got to verify it yourself just to be sure, because you're on the hook. You're on the hook more so if you're a buyer agent, because if that buyer hired you as a buyer agent instead of just letting you be a sub-agent to seller, then you have even more responsibility for this sort of thing. And if they did choose later to pursue in a court of law or sue, they're coming after you to a degree, you and your firm, as well as on over to the seller and the listing agent. So it's on, for the most part, we can assume that what's in the MLS is right, but we've got to be able to recognize. So all the more important as a new agent, get up to speed on this stuff. Go out looking at houses a lot. You can schedule appointments to see listings without a client in mind, any particular client. You could just say, look, I would like to see this house tomorrow between 3 and 4, and it's a preview. Let them know it's just a preview appointment. It's just going to be me, the agent, not a client. And you could do that. Like if you wanted to learn all the stuff about a certain neighborhood and really know what houses look like and what they come with, what their condition tends to be in a certain area because you want to dominate that area, preview all the listings that ever pop up in that neighborhood. Be the go-to knowledge base for everything about it. Own it. Take it. Make it your farm area. You're always previewing. An old agent when I was new, he was aged veteran at the time in the business, said, if you got nothing to do in the real estate, if you don't have a client or if you're not working on a presentation, then go preview houses, learn what's out there. And that also includes new construction. You could do little exercises too. You could, maybe with a buddy, maybe another new agent, you could test each other. Don't look at the square feet. Maybe start picking a small one, a little single level ranch home, like a 16 to 2,000 foot or less, and guess what the square footage is, right? Go look at it. Don't know what it is. Don't look ahead of time. Let your friend hold the sheet for you as you preview it together, you and the other broker, both of you newer brokers, and then just guess, quiz each other. Say, okay, what do we think this one is? If you can manage to look them up, make the appointment without peeking at what the square footage is, all the better. And then see how good you are. And then measure your house, measure other people's houses, measure any house anybody will let you measure just for the practice of doing so. Even if you don't ever plan on hiring it to be done, you need to know how this works. So let's look and see how this works. Here we go. Perfect. So it's this yellow book that I keep talking about. Let me open it up in this other place. It's the yellow one. It's about like a half piece of paper size booklet. And it's got pictures, which are my favorite. Love the pictures. That's always helpful. They talk about the minimums. So here's what we report. Let me. Okay, good. It's still here. Remember, good. From our listing yesterday, here's what the square footage block looks like in the MLS listing. It's right here, and it's got basically you need to tell them where all the footage goes. Where is it? Because the HLA part is heated living area. That means it's got a heat source, and it's in livable condition. It's in it's in finished surfaces like sheetrock that's painted, flooring, carpet, hardwood, tile, not just the bare subfloor. So that's what is encompassing HLA. And then if it's a main level, upper level, maybe it's one of the 3 stories, so there's even a 3rd level above. Maybe it's like a tri-level, so there's a lower and an upper. Just depends on all the various ways a house could be configured, or maybe there's a basement. So they've got it separated into all the HLA, heated square feet or heated living area, but then any non-heated living area space. Again, same levels if there are any. So if the main level of this house had like a unheated storage closet, that square footage would go right here because it's not heated, but it's on the main level, right? Upper, if there was same thing, maybe some walk-in attic storage, you might reflect it here. Then they've got a separate place for the garage. It used to be that the garage wasn't on this. We just lumped it in with unheated. But that's the big thing. When you see the square footage reported, this 3,053 square feet of this house does not include the 386 feet of garage because it's not heated. And it may or may not have finished surfaces. It may not even have sheetrock on the walls. But it's a garage. It's not HLA. That's a big difference. Some markets, I think, across the country might just lump all of it in together. And sometimes people ask me, well, does that 3,053 include the garage? So you need to understand how we do it here. Additional square footage, just above grade. That means above the ground. If any of it goes under the ground, like a walkout basement, you've got to reflect that separately. Got to make sure that it's understood that this is a walkout basement. So half of that basement is above grade and part of it is below grade. Because why? Anything that's below grade, below the surface of the ground, even a little bit, is considered less value. It's considered to be worth less than above grade square feet. Because you've got issues that come with that. When something's below grade, that means it's up against the earth. And so moisture could be a problem. Moisture could seep through the cinder block, foundation wall, and into the room. That's why basements smell musty, right? And if it's not controlled, if it's not waterproofed, has like a waterproof coating painted on it that keeps that from happening, got all kinds of potential issues. So we just have to disclose whether it's above grade or below grade. And an appraiser always gives more value per square foot to above grade square feet. A basement, I've seen some amazing basements If you were blindfolded and taken into the basement and sat in a chair and they took the blindfold off, you'd look around and you'd think, I'm in the main level of a house somewhere. You could even look out the window because it's one of those walkout basements and you can see outside. But still, no matter how nicely furnished and finished that basement might be, still, if it's below grade, it's not worth the same as what it is upstairs. So that's a big one too. So HLA, heated living area, means some sort of conventional heating system is being used to keep it, and it's permanent. It's not just a kerosene heater, right? And then it's finished. Walls, floors, ceilings of accepted typical painted surfaces, paneling, drywall, carpeted or hardwood floors, or that luxury vinyl plank, something besides just the subflooring. And so heated and finished, and then ceiling heights are important. You can't count it in the main HLA number if the ceiling height is not at least 7 feet. It's got to be at least 7 feet tall. Now, sometimes, like especially in upstairs rooms or basements, that basement HLA, you can count that, but sometimes the ceiling height is borderline. So if it's at least 7 feet, you're good, but sometimes there's ductwork and beams, support beams that go below 7 feet. As long as those beams and ductwork are still no less than 6 feet 4 inches from the floor, you can still count that whole room in the HLA, in the heated living area. Another thing about ceiling height is those rooms. Let me show you the picture, and we'll come back to that page. In those rooms where it's like an upstairs bonus room and it's sloped ceilings, double ceilings that are angled, like this. Let's say that this entire sorry guys. I was just sharing and sharing. Here's what I want to show you. This entire third level, see that little window there? If you look inside that room, that's a double sloped ceiling in that room. It's a finished room, but maybe the owner finished it themselves and they finished it all the way to that corner. And so it looks like a big pyramid inside. And if you got little kids who aren't very tall, right, they can keep their toys in that little far corner on each side of that room. But we can't count that entire square feet. Maybe that owner carpeted the whole room from one end to the other. And it's a complete, if you as an adult were to walk across the room, you'd hit your head before you ran out of all the carpet, right? So how much of that, here it is. Here's that type of bonus room. How much can you actually include in the HLA? Only the 5 foot mark. So look, you see it's continue on. It's still finished all the way to here, but only the part of the flooring that is 5 feet from ceiling to floor is what you can measure and include in the HLA. That entire portion from here over, that's probably 2 or 3 more feet, or maybe even more, can't reflect that in the main heated living area. So that's a big one. That's another big one. Let's see. Here we go. So what I turned out to not have been sharing with you is this part: heated, permanently installed heating system, finished, painted drywall, carpet or hardwood or vinyl plank flooring, ceiling height of at least 7 feet. This is in your Google Drive, by the way. And then if it's beams or ductwork, it could go down to 6'4" and still be included. And then in those rooms with sloped ceilings, you can include the finished area that's, as long as it's got at least 5 feet of ceiling height. The other thing about this HLA main number, is it's got to all be accessible to each other. So you might have one that's a 2-story house with a room over the garage. Can you access that room over the garage from the main house while still being in the heated living space? can you just walk across upstairs over to it? Or do you have to go outside into the garage and up the stairs to the room over the garage? If that's the case, then you can't include it in the main number. So let me see if there's a picture that makes sense of all that nonsense that I just said. Well, like this one again. Maybe this part over the garage is heated and finished and living area. But to get from the upstairs of the house over to this room, you can't. There's a wall in the way. It's closed off. This is like a playroom or some man or wife cave or whatever you want to call it, she shed or man cave. And you would have to access it by going out into the unheated garage and up separate stairs to get to this room. Again, it's still heated and finished, but because you can't get to it from the main house, you would have to count this additional 300 or 400 square feet as it's a separate number. You'd have to reflect it as a whole separate number. It can't be added on to this 3,000 feet here. You can't call it a 3,400 square foot house. This part is 3,000 feet upstairs and downstairs, and maybe that bonus room upstairs, third level. But this little piece can't be lumped into it. And that's just what that means. Directly accessible from the other living area. Below grade, otherwise known as a basement. There's some details there, but for the most part, I'm giving you what you need for this course, this test. A bay window, one of those jut-out bay windows, if it has a floor and it's at least 7 feet of ceiling, then you can, and it's finished and heated, then you can include it. But sometimes bay windows have a seat. They don't have a floor. It's just a window seat. So you wouldn't consider that. The rest of it pretty much applies to this rule. You measure the outside perimeter of the house, and anything included inside that perimeter is left alone. That's the square footage for the most part. Let's look at some exceptions. So you've got this basic house here. There's the overhead view. There's what it looks like from the street. There's the overhead view. This is a carport, so that's open to the elements. That's not heated living area. The heated part is the yellow part. And we just pull tape measure around the outside perimeter, which means it includes the thicknesses of the walls, right? All those inside the wall spaces, that's included in the 1,800 square feet or whatever it is. So they've measured 50 feet across the back of the house. This is a chimney. So the foundation of this chimney is outside the house. We don't need to measure this little rectangle. We just leave that alone. We pretty much just measure this entire 50-foot length, and that's it. And then we measure this 33-foot depth. And then on the front of the house, there's like a little notch. There's a little jut out. So one way I'd probably measure this would be 50 times 33 gives us the entire measurement of if it were one big rectangle, but it's not. We would need to subtract out this little sliver, this little 3 foot deep by 28 foot long sliver, whatever 28 times 3 is. It'll be something around 80 feet. We would subtract that from whatever this entire 33 times 50 is. And then also, there's different ways to do this, by the way. You could have measured, it depends on what your measurements are. But the other issue is this. There are some stairs here, and the stairs are included in the square feet, even the part under the stairs. So like if we see stairs in a cross section, hope I'm not making you dizzy. Like the part under the stairs, even that you can't reach, many times you have a closet under the stairs. Maybe that closet only goes to this far, and you can't even get to the part on the other side of this little wall. You'd have to punch through the wall. All of that is still included in the square feet. So if there are stairs, you include the stairs for the lower level and also for the upper level. Stairs are included for both. So in this case, we don't even measure the stairs. It doesn't matter. The space the stairs are occupying is included on both upstairs and downstairs. And then here they've got a basement, and we would measure and reflect. Look, this is below grade, 22 feet across by 33 feet long, whatever that square footage is, because both of them are heated and finished, but they're below grade, so we would need to list them separately or acknowledge that part of this is below grade. And you can just put it out on a chart like this, and then do your addition and multiplication. Finish up talking about this square footage, and I'll see you in about 10 minutes. take a look at an exercise. We'll do it together. And I've made one up. We do this same stuff. We hit this again in post 301. So it's an exercise I give them, and I'll leave that as homework for you. But this one is something we'll do together. Can you see that okay? So overhead shot of a floor plan. It's a 2-story house. We've got that main level on the top. We've got an upper level shown on the bottom of this picture. And you can see everything I need you to see. That's about as zoomed in as I can get and include the whole thing. So what do we have here? It shows the garage on the left. Let's just look at that one main level first. The garage is 22 by 25, right? We've got 22, oops. There we go. 22 by 25 is the garage. And so if we figure that out, what's 22 times 25 feet? That is a square footage of 550. Try to write better. 550 square feet of garage. Unheated, right? So that's its own thing. Now, what about the rest of the house? This heated portion, all of this part in here. We need to measure that. What measurements are we looking for? Any ideas? What would you do? Give me some idea of how we can go about figuring out measuring this footprint. What's the depth of it? Like the dimension this way. How would we find this dimension? Yeah. Okay. So you're proposing that we consider this like a separate shape. Yeah, smart. I like that. What is that, by the way? 16 times 2? So that piece would be 32 square feet. We're going to add back in later. So we're going to just cut this off, kind of eliminate it for a minute. And we know that this dimension is 22. Thank you. And then what else do we need? We need this dimension, don't we? But we're going to have to add some things together to get it, because they didn't give us, they could have just been nice to us and measured it the entire length back in the back of the house, but they didn't. So we're going to have to add this 20-foot section, this 16-foot section, and this 12-foot section. And what is that? That's 36, 38, 48. Okay. So 48 across by 22 deep. And that's going to give us this shape, this basic rectangle, that thing. So whatever 48 times 22 is, that's 1,056 square feet. Okay. Now, if we take that 1,056 and add it to this 32, are we done for this lower level? What do we need to do to finish the lower level? By the way, this is an unheated storage space. It's under the roof. It's under roof, but it's unheated. In fact, I need to draw this out better. There's a door. You can't get to it from inside the house. You have to get to it from outside the house. That's where the water heater is. And we keep the weed eater there, the rakes and stuff. So that little square, that little rectangle is unheated space. You got it. You got it. That's 5 by 6, which is 30 feet. So we're going to have to subtract that from that total. We're adding this 32 with this 1,056, but then we're going to subtract this 30. And then finally, what do we do about the stairs? They're 3 feet across by 10 feet long. You got it. Nothing. We don't have to do anything with those stairs. They're just minding their own business. Even though we can't walk underneath the entire stairs, doesn't matter. We can ignore it. So the stairs are as if they are not even there. So we have what we need to figure out the heated living area for the main level. 1,056 plus the 32, which we got from this little jut out, and then minus the 30 of that unheated storage space there. So the main level, the first level, is 1,058 is what I get. Good. Now the other one. I'm going to make a little note here that we have 1,058. Oops. So that I can make room to do some more calculations on the upstairs. There we go. So this is 1,058. Now for this craziness down here. Okay. Well, how would you look at this? How would you handle the measurements on this thing? Okay. Perfect. That's 100. Yep, that's that. That's what that is. What else? Mm-hmm. Yep. Somebody is good at geometry. Good job. Some people can't see it, but clearly you're good at it. And then what else? Two of those. So 32 of those. The 144 we're going to add in from this other little jut out or this other room here. And whatever this adds up to, ignore the stairs. And that's our upper. 448 plus 32 plus 144. And there we go. And that's the upstairs of 624. Add back in the 1,058 we got on the lower. And this house is 1,682 heated square feet, HLA, heated living area. We would also reflect the garage. And so here's how it would look if we were to have charted it out. We measured the 48 by 22. That's something we did. We also did the 32 rectangle. And then when it says parentheses in accounting, that means subtract it. So add up these two and subtract that one, and we got that. Second floor, I think we did the exact same thing that they did here. We carved it up into these four shapes, added them together, and there's our number 2 also. And then the garage, they're just reflecting some other areas. Reflecting the garage was 550 square feet, which we got, and that unheated storage was 30. So the other, besides the 1,682, added up to 580. If the MLS requires that, then you would certainly do that. Not too bad, huh? Main thing is the stairs. That can be confusing at first, but here's another thing about stairs. They're not always like this. It might be that it's one of those like 2-story foyer kind of a situations where the stairs to the upstairs, like at the top of the stairs, if you're standing right here, coming in the front door and you look upward, there's a balcony. There's like a railing or balcony here and here, and it's actually open by this much. This is open space all the way up to the ceiling of the second floor. In that type of situation where it's an open 2-story foyer kind of thing, imagine if you could take these stairs and push them upward so that they fill the hole in the second floor, sort of like when you push attic stairs up into the ceiling. Well, if you could do that, you would still, in this case, have this amount of a rectangle open that the stairs don't fold up into. And so you would need to calculate what that is. Let's say it's 5 feet across this way, that opening, by the 10 feet long. So that's 50 square feet that you would have to subtract from the second level. So when the stairs, let me show it to you, like in real life, a picture. It'd be what's a good one? I guess sort of like this. Wide open. See all this space? Those stairs, if you could like push them up and fold them up into the floor, they would occupy not this entire open space, wouldn't right? There'd still be a lot of open space that you could see from the upstairs down to the front door. Maybe this is a little better. So you have to measure that out and subtract that amount of square footage from the second story space. So that's the only other little option about the stairs is if you've got that 2-story foyer kind of a concept. Okay, where are we? What else about measuring? I think that's about it. Read through that book, look at the different drawings, get familiar with how they work. And I'll give you some homework to do your own. It's a little more involved, not terribly, but not as basic as the one we just did together. But yeah, what we covered and what's in the syllabus is about as much as you really need to know for the purposes of this exam. A couple other things to watch for are sometimes these older houses, like these, maybe it's a split level, but a house where the upstairs has a jut out. If you look at it from the side, the upstairs space actually goes out 2 feet past the downstairs space. And I've done that before. I've measured the downstairs and didn't really look upward. But I did take pictures, and I got back home and I'm measuring, trying to calculate my measurements. And then I see the pictures and I'm like, oh no, there was a jut out and I didn't measure how far the juts out. So I go back and I measure that jut out. So it's nice to take pictures while you're measuring just to kind of remember those little features. In this one, what do you mean? Would not be part of the HLA? None really. So this lower level, if you pulled tape, you would got this 23-foot span depth, right? Then you would get this 22 plus this 18, add those together, multiply them by the 20. Wait a minute. Yeah, by the 23, because it's the yellow part. But then you, mhm. Oh shoot, I'm sorry. I was sharing something I wasn't showing you. Sorry, this picture we're looking at, I got you on the website. Okay, I got you. Right. That is right. Perfect. Great way to say it. Yep. So it'd be whatever this row, it'd pretty much be a rectangle. Maybe that's like 10 or 12 across there, and then maybe 15 or 20 from, I bet if you keep on going this way, the front door is somewhere over here. So it'd pretty much be a 10 by 15 rectangle that you would subtract from the upstairs square feet. Yeah. Sorry about that. I'm glad you said that because I'm over here thinking I'm showing you something that really wasn't here. Here's what I was yapping about a minute ago. Um, this one. So on this one, you've got that jut out, that 2-foot jut out on the upstairs that's not on the downstairs, and they've reflected that with this dotted line. So you'd measure the lower level, then you'd measure the upper level. Here's the other thing about measuring. We're not going to bring a ladder. We're not setting up a ladder. We're not levitating. We're not pulling tape around the outside of the upstairs. How do we measure the upstairs? If it doesn't match the downstairs, we go up inside the house and we stand in the room and we measure interior wall to interior wall. But then we need to add for the thickness of the wall. And that's going to be, they let us add a 1/2 foot for the thickness, 6 inches for the thickness of a wall. So in this case, we would measure the interior length and add a foot to it because of the thickness of both these ends of the rooms. And then we'd measure the interior width and add a foot to that, 6 inches for each thickness of wall. Do you feel like you're going to want to hire this out? At least on the first one. I'd say hire it out and let's see if they'll let you follow them and watch how they do it. Learn from a professional. Your BIC will probably have recommendations for that sort of thing too. More of the same. This one reminds me of the one we just did. This is really a direct ripoff of the one we just did. Yep. Exactly it. And here's one with a bay window. See that jut out kind of angled bay window there? Here's how it looks overhead. We've got this weird shape. And so as long as it's floored and is at least 7 feet high, you can include it. So how do you measure a shape like this? Let me show it to you here. It's not as bad as it looks. If we have a bay window, oops. See if I can draw some straight lines. It's going to be something like that, right? And here's the rest of the house or whatever. We're measuring across. We're going to measure, if you just look at this bay window part and dissect it and like turned it into a rectangle and 2 triangles, then if you were to be able to take this triangle and pick it up and move it over to here and stick it on top of this triangle, then it's really like a rectangle. It's really like all you need to measure is the rectangular shape of this. And so all you really need to get is the length from here over to here times this jut out amount. And that'll do it. You don't even have to worry about triangle stuff. But the area of a rectangle, as we know, is length times width. The area of a triangle is half of that. So it's 1/2 of the length times width. But you don't even really have to do it if you measure it this way. Just pull your tape measure from one of these outward corners of the bay window over to one of these corners up next to the house and use that as your length and multiply it by whatever this is, whatever this measurement is. And that will accomplish the goal of measuring this, which basically is the same amount. I don't think they'll test you that far. I think they're going to ask you questions about ceiling height, what you do with the stairs, what you maybe do with the bay. If it's, you could count it if it's floored and at least 7 feet, but I would be surprised if you had to measure a bay window. Okay. Now, let's talk about another math thing. Oh, here we go. Frequently, real world scenario, that seller's talking to you and asking you, how much is my house worth? What could I sell it for? And they're asking you that because they want to know what they're going to end up with. That's the whole point. What can I walk away with? Okay, you've told me it's worth $380,000 based on your CMA, your comparative market analysis, the CMA estimate, what the agent thinks it's probably going to sell for, something like that. But here are the facts of the seller's situation. The seller tells you, look, I want to buy a new house. I'll let you help me do that. I'll let you be my buyer agent. But in order to buy it, I've already talked to the builder and I've talked to a lender, and I'm going to need a down payment of at least six. Oops, shoot. Here we go. Oh boy. Of at least $60,000 Start this over again. $380 is what we think it'll sell for. Seller needs $60,000 once it's all done. Everything's paid for, everything's paid off. That pesky real estate commission, everything. Seller needs to end up with $60,000. Okay, what else? The seller's loan amount. Their loan payoff is, let's say, $240,000. They got to pay their current lender $240,000 to pay off the loan when they sell the property. You've also determined through your expertise that they need to do some repairs. And it looks like from the estimates you've gathered, some various repairs, maybe a home warranty. You're suggesting you include a market with a home warranty provided, which is another $1,000. So the repairs plus the warranty, maybe let's say, is $2,500. That is a seller expense that they have to cover. What else? Well, there is the fact that you're charging a 6% commission. You're charging 6% commission. They want to walk away with $60,000. They got to pay their loan payoff of $240,000, and you know they're going to have to make some repairs, and that's going to cost them $2,500 and provide a warranty. That's all included there. So here's our estimated valuation. But here's the question. What does it need to sell for? Regardless of this, forget about this. What does it need to sell for to accomplish all of these goals? For the seller to be able to pay all of these things and walk away with $60,000. How would you figure this out? Try to write it a little neater. Line this number up a little better. How we doing? Any sticking points? What'd you do? Tell me what you did. Problem is we've got some things given to us in dollars, but then we've got this thing given to us in a percentage. So it's like 6% of what? If we don't know the price yet, how do we calculate 6% commission of that price? So what we can do is add up the dollars by themselves. This top box, what's that? 240 plus 60 is 300 plus 2,500 is 300. and 2,000. Is that right? Make sure I did that right. Oh, 302,500. So that's what the seller needs to end up with after they pay you, in order to still have enough money to pay these two things plus walk away with 60. So the 3025 is after paying commission. Now, some of you might have been tempted to calculate 6% of 3025. And let's see what happens if you do that. What is 6% of 3025? That's 18,150. If we add those together, it would need to sell for 320,650. But the problem with that is you shorted yourself. You cheated yourself out of commission, because you calculated your 6% commission on their net, not the actual sale price. You probably cost yourself a couple $1,000s. Let's see how you're supposed to do it. Then we'll compare it to this incorrect number and see how much we cheated ourselves. 302.5 is how much all of the dollars add up to, except for your commission. So if you write it this way, 302,500 is blank percent of sale price. Blank percent. Think of it like this. We're charging them 6% commission. If we were to graph this out so that 100% of the sale price, your 6% commission is based on the sale price. So basically, if you're charging them 6% commission, that's 6% of what it sells for. And so your split between you and the seller is 94 to them and 6% to you. Does that make sense? You're getting 6% of the sale price and they're getting 94% of the sale price, right? Because 100% minus 6 is 94. If you think of it that way, this is the seller's portion. It's what they get after they pay you. It sells for this total. The 100% of sale price minus 6% to you leaves them with 94% of the sale price. So in other words, if it sells for $100,000 and they pay you 6%, that means their piece is $94,000 and your piece is $6,000. Does that make sense? So if you think of it that way, your part of the split is your commission rate. Their part of this split between you and them is what's left from the sale price minus from the 100% that is the sale price minus the 6. So basically, here's the steps. 302.5 is what percent? Is 94% of this sale price thing we need to figure out. And then replace the word is with a division symbol and the word of with an equal sign. If we take that 302.5, divide it by 94 and the percent sign, that shows us that we need to sell this place for $321,809. It's okay, we'll do it again. It's okay if it's weird at first. You notice, though, something? The net after paying your commission is 302.5. The sale price it needs to be in order to pay your commission, that gets you a higher number. That tells us we need to sell this for $321,800 so that the seller can pay you your 6% of that. So let's do this. 321,809. What is that times 6%? What is your actual percent? What is your actual dollars of commission off of the proper sale price? Now that we know what that is, 19,308 is the 6% commission number if you're basing it off of that sale price. Look over here If you did it this way, the wrong way before, you cost yourself, what, 19 minus 18, 150? Oops. $1,100 because you calculated the 6% off of this net instead of off of the actual sale price. That's why it matters to do it this way. Now, if you're confused, let's do it again. But this will make more sense because you're like, okay, wait a minute. Okay, I get it. I think I get that. Now, oh, by the way, 321 is what we came up with, I think. How does that relate to what you've determined that it should be worth based on similar sales? Well, this is good news. You can get 380 for it. All they need is 321 to accomplish their goals of paying you your 6 plus ending up with 60. They're going to end up with like 60 plus another 60. They're going to end up with 120,000 in this case. But let's do another one. What you'll probably see something like this on the test would be seller wants to net, let's say 130,000 when it's all said and done. The loan payoff that they have to pay their mortgage, their lender, is, let's just have some fun, 365,000, big numbers. Some various repairs and closing costs, other things they're going to need to cover, let's say as 11,300. And then you're a prime time real estate broker, you're full service and you're worth it. So you charge a 7% commission. So what do we need to sell this property for in order to cover these three expenses as well as this expense? All right. Add up the dollars that you can add up. We've got 130 plus 365 plus 11,300, and that's what, 506,300. And then we need to factor in for this thing. So if your piece of the 100% sales price is 7, then what's the seller's portion? Let's go ahead and establish that. If your percentage is 7%, the seller's percentage is what? The difference from 100 minus 7, so 93. So now we can say 506, 300 is 93% of what? Replace it with the symbols. Obviously, this will be something that you'll do in your head at some point eventually, because you'll be like, oh, I know what to do. But I think it's helpful just to see what the thought process is. 506 divided by 93% sign. This thing needs to sell for 544. 409. Good. Next question in real life is it worth 544, 409? So you've figured out what we need to sell it for in order to accomplish the seller's goals, but they might not be realistic goals. Turns out maybe the houses just like this one are only selling for 524. Now you're going to have a talk with the seller. Do you really need this entire 130? The seller might have a talk with you and say, do you really need this entire 7? And you're looking for weak points. And now it's a business decision, right? That's why you need to talk about this now, though. Better now than after you've put a couple thousand into pictures. And because a house like this, they're going to want maybe some aerial photos, maybe like a home tour and a 360 tour, and a lot of professional photos, not iPhone photos. A lot of moving parts to this thing. But that's it. Determining seller net is what this is that we just did. Based on what the seller wants to net, what does it need to sell for? All right, let's pick back up in our little presentation here. There we go. We talked about the book. Pricing the property. You know, it's the seller owns the boat, but we're the captain of the ship, right? We're navigating the thing, but we're doing what they want us to do, lawful things they want us to do. So it is ultimately they who determine the listing price, but we're the ones who give them the data to base it upon, and also give them our expertise and come up with a strategy. Because that last example, we calculated they need at least 544. I'm sorry, they need to sell it for 544 in order to accomplish their financial goals. Well, what should you price it at? If it needs to sell for 544, what would be a good list price? If that's a good sale price, if that's a necessary sale price, what's a good listing price? What would you tell them to list it for? Or what would you want to ask them to help figure out what they should list it for? Are we going to list it for that sales price? Would we list it for 544? Real Estate Commission officially says you want to have some wiggle room, a little bit of negotiating room. So in this case, we calculated it needs to sell for 544, but what could we list it for to give us some wiggle room, negotiating room to end up at least at that number? What's a good number that maybe comes to mind that you might put it on the market for? If it's going to probably sell, if it needs to sell for 544, or what? And maybe all the research you've done shows that that's a pretty reasonable sale price. Then what should you put it on the market for as a list price? What have you seen as list prices out there? There we go. Now we're getting somewhere. What else? What other kinds of listing prices have you seen for like cars and shoes and houses? Sometimes we'll see like 549.9. Yeah, something that ends in 9. There's cases to be made for both. The rationale for the 9 stuff is the old school, right? It goes back a ways. It's like, well, if we could just call it 549 instead of 550, it doesn't look as much. But I think when you're in the 6 figures, you're not fooling anybody. And so I think there are some in the camp that I am in. I tend to prefer even number pricing, but it's total business decision. Talk to your BIC, see what they think too. I still see $9.99 type pricing out there. $549, $900, $549, $9.99. Here's the thing. How do the searches on the internet work? How do people do searches? Most of the search sites that I'm familiar with no longer give you like a set range. You don't just choose, show me 500 to 550. They instead give you a blank box and you write it in. Even if they do give you a range, how many people are going to see it if it's 549.9? Everybody who does a search that ends at 550, that's who's going to see it. What about those people that do a search that starts at 550? You're off by $1. And all of those eyes, those eyeballs that did a search beginning at 550 are not going to see it. So just because of that, if you priced it at 550, now you're going to catch the people that stop their search, cap it out at 550, but you're also going to catch the people that start the low end of their search at 550. So I see the rationale for either. Talk to them, talk to the seller, let them know what you think. Maybe you still like the lower. At the end of the day, if their goal is to sell it sooner than later, and time is a little more important than the full price, the full money, squeezing every cent out of it, then ignore that pricing strategy and try to get it priced as low as you can, because the lower it's priced, the faster it should sell, right? So in this case, 544, if time is a factor, I would try 545. I'd probably list it at 545 even. But again, this is no right or wrong here. The real estate commission would care if you knew that it was worth 544 and they said to you, well, I really want 575, and if you can't list it for that, then I'm not hiring you. If you go along with that 575, the commission might consider that willful misrepresentation. If you're telling them, okay, sure, I think it's probably going to get that, just so that you could help yourself and get the listing by telling them what they want to hear instead of what they need to hear. So that's an issue. But in this case, if the money is more important than the time and they want to squeeze every dollar they can out of it and we have a little bit of time, I'd probably try the 550 at first, see what happens. And then I'll give them this advice. I'll say, look, guys, we'll try this price, but the market will tell us what it wants, what it's willing to support. It's the market that it's not an agent that dictates what something is worth. We're just responding and reacting to what the market has proven to pay for similar houses. Therefore, let's agree now, Mr. Ms. Seller, up front, we'll try 550, but if we go a week or two or three and don't have any showings sooner than later, we need to make an adjustment. The market has spoken. We've put it out there in the MLS. Thousands and thousands of people have seen it on the internet, millions maybe. And if we're not getting a response, it's because there's something wrong. So let's be ready to drop it if we're not getting a response. And here's the other thing. If we start at 550, what would be the next smart price reduction? 549 ain't going to make a difference. Different people aren't going to be seeing it. It's going to be the same folks. And they're not going to care that you went from 550 to 549 or 547. It seems to be better to, if you do need to make reductions, to work in $5,000 and $10,000 increments. Try to break some price point barriers in the search results. I'd go to 545. Then after that, if I still had to drop, 540. If you go from 545 and drop to 543, so what? Not really going to make that much difference, probably. But all of this is just your own strategy, your own observation, experience level, and whatever you can work out with them. But they have to give it the okay, right? You've got to get their permission to do this stuff, and you're advising and assisting them in figuring out this strategy. They're going to look to you for your expertise and your analysis of the market and what similar properties have sold for. What I like to show them, when we're talking about sales price versus list price, let's look at the others that are on the market, not just the ones that have sold. Let's see the ones that are still active. And maybe there's one that's been on for a long time, and you can check the history of its pricing, and you'll see, oh, they started at 600,000, and it's very much like yours. They were really dreaming, and they dropped to 590, and then 585, and then 583, and you'll see maybe over the last 4 months, and it's a market where it should have sold in like 4 weeks, and they've just started way too high and dropped way too slow. So that's a great one. I love when I have one of those to show them and show them how to do pricing wrong, what a catastrophe it is to price it too high, because what ultimately will happen when that takes place, you price it too high, is takes longer, and by the time it finally does sell, it should have sold for like 550 or 545. They might get 530 because there was a stigma that was developed. People assumed, oh, there must be something wrong with it. And it took too long. It got stale on the market. People started overlooking it. They'd see it in their search results and just think, oh, there's that one again, the one that has something wrong with it. I don't even want to waste my time. So usually by pricing too high, you end up taking less than you could have gotten if you'd have priced it properly to begin with. Always a fair warning that I will give to a seller at this stage in the relationship. Okay, that listing terminates. How could it terminate? Our favorite way of things terminating agency agreements is full performance. We have a successful closing. Congratulations, you're going to get paid. Um, we're going to see these types of terminations. Oh, there it is. Break time. These types of terminations are in common with other agency agreements. They seem to all terminate similarly. And then we're going to compare them to how offers and contracts can terminate, which we'll learn about in chapter 9 and 10. But let's go ahead and take our break. I'll see you in 10 minutes. Full performance is the best one because that means we get paid. The thing could expire because they all have to have an expiration, which is also, again, another good resource for getting listings yourself is to search the expireds. Mutual agreement, the parties could agree to let each other out because maybe they just couldn't get the right buyer and therefore they're just tired of trying to sell it, and maybe you get your firm to let them out. I've had that happen before. Long story short, they got frustrated. A deal had fallen through, and they wanted to just move on, take a break, and I let them do it. Got my broker to let them out. A year later, by then, I had changed to my own firm, which gave me more of a commission split, 100%, because it's just me. And they bought a bigger house, so it benefited. It worked out. But even if it had not, putting their needs first because they need to do whatever it is they need to do for life. Again, the long game, right? It's the long goal that I find most useful. But mutual agreement could work. A breach by either party, they could breach their responsibilities and therefore terminate that listing. The seller could declare bankruptcy. And in the bankruptcy proceedings, listing doesn't count anymore. Listing's over. That's why there's a question in the listing agreement that says, are you considering bankruptcy? So let's figure that out before you put your time and money and efforts into this thing. Property could be destroyed. There was, anytime the property is destroyed, let's see here. Yeah. The listing goes away. And I always think about this one from a couple of years ago. Let's see, here's the overhead shot. In Ballantyne, down in South Charlotte, a gas leak. And now it's a basement home. So it looks like it's just a couple of, 2x4s, but it's because it's all down there in the basement. Crazy. It was just terrifying. Here, and this is the one. If that had been on the market, obviously that listing would also terminate as well. Not the same thing as we'll learn when we get to contracts. If that property had sold, been under contract, not yet closed, and a buyer had a contract to buy it, and then it blew up like this, that does not kill the contract. Contract does not go away if the property is destroyed. In fact, you would have to ask the buyer what they want to do. The buyer would have the chance to go ahead and go through with the purchase and get the proceeds from the insurance. So we'll talk about that later. But the listing is different. Listing agreement, destruction of the property destroys the listing agreement. And then death. Death of the seller destroys the listing agreement, but not the death of the listing broker. Because if I have a listing and I die, my firm will reassign it to another broker, and that seller can still accomplish their goals. We talked about disclosures. We looked at it from top to bottom just earlier tonight, and that was the RPODs, the Residential Property and Owners Association disclosure. That's one of them. Again, we can advise them and assist them in understanding what it means, but we can't put pen to paper. Can't fill it out for them. And we need to give them their rights. Let them know, look, you can check no representation, but if you do, make sure you don't tell me because I have to disclose it if I know the roof leaks, right? Because that's their legal right, so don't let them harm themselves by giving up what they're trying to accomplish. We still, as brokers, have to discover and disclose material facts, though. And then the other thing about that disclosure we looked at is the requirement to give it to the other party. Let's take a look. Here we go. First page. I've got this. I believe I got this in your Google Drive. Read this first page. What we'll see is, for one thing, who it applies to. This disclosure is not required for everything. There are some exceptions. If it's new construction, does not apply. In fact, they tell you right here, for a complete list of exemptions, See General Statute 47E-2. And here's what you can do. Copy it, open a new window, paste that, and it will show right up. And there they are. The exemptions for, go over to the web. There we go. The exemptions from needing to use that particular disclosure form. Here they are. You don't need to know all of them. Just know that there are some. One thing is new construction. Let's see. There it is. Involving the first sale of a dwelling never inhabited. So if it's new construction, you don't need to provide the RPODS form. If it's between, if it's pursuant to a court order, you don't need. If it's part of a foreclosure or bankruptcy, you don't need to provide that disclosure form, that RPODS. If it's like from one or more co-owners, like you owned it with somebody and one of you bought the other out, you don't have to provide the disclosure because you both were owners this whole time. If it's a spouse to another spouse, or people in, I love this phrase, lineal line of consanguinity. What the heck? Well, sanguine means blood. So basically blood relatives, and then transfers between spouses from a divorce. These and more, there's about 12 or 13 of them, are the exemptions from requiring the RPODS. There we go. Oh, yeah, I wanted to show you this too. But here is what the requirement is for timing. It's this box at the bottom. It says, if the owner doesn't give the buyer this residential property and owners association disclosure by the time the offer is made, then they've given the buyer a loophole. Now that buyer has an out. Once they finally do get the disclosure, or 3 days from the time when they do get the disclosure, or 3 days from the time that it goes under contract, they can back out. Whichever of those 2 dates is the sooner. So within 3 days following your receipt of the disclosure, or 3 days following the date of the contract, whichever occurs first, if that's when they get this disclosure, then they can back out just because they have that window. You've given them a loophole. So don't ever be a listing agent that's slow in getting this over to them. We usually attach these to the MLS listing so that they can have it when they need to make an offer. This is a huge deal. Want to make sure that the buyer gets this disclosure before they write up the offer so that they'll know what's going on, whatever there is to know. There may not be anything to learn from this. It might be no representation the whole time, or it might be in great shape. But they have a little note here at the bottom. It says, once you've closed, this little 3-day act thing is no longer applicable. It only matters in the moment. It doesn't apply if you, it won't let you cancel a contract after you've settled on the transaction. But you've got to provide this before they make an offer. And if you don't, once you do give it to them, within 3 days of their receiving it, or within 3 days of it becoming a contract, they can back out because they didn't get it before they made the offer. So that's the other testable item there. Now, seller must provide disclosures to the buyer before the offer. The buyer has those termination rights, that 3-day window. And then the other one is that seller disclosure is the RPODS, but it's also the MOG, the mineral, oil, and gas rights disclosure. And then maybe the lead-based paint disclosure if it's a property built before 78. Let's show you an MOG. Just look at this one, I think. It's an actual one. But with this mineral oil and gas rights disclosure, it's just a single page. Sorry, it's not as crispy white, but it's saying, look, have you ever, current owner, have you sold or severed the mineral rights from the property? Or has the previous owner done so? And do you intend to do so? And they split it up. These first three questions are asking about mineral rights. Have you given someone else the rights to mine for minerals in the ground of this property? And then the last three is talking about oil and gas rights. But the same question. Has the previous owner sold or severed those rights from the property? Yes, they have. No, they have not. Or I'm not telling. I don't know. You see no representation a lot because they may not know what the previous owner did. And then has this current seller, your listing client, have they severed them? Hopefully that's a no. Notice that they cannot check no representation for the questions that are, have you done it or do you plan to? This one is seller intends to sever. Again, only yes or no. There's not a no representation option. No representation here on the MOG is only for talking about the previous owner before this current one, because they may not legitimately be able to have known that. And that's pretty much it. It still has that 3 calendar day caveat. This needs to be given to them at time of offer. If it's not, then they have a chance to back out within 3 days of either receiving this or going under contract, whichever comes first. Okay, that's working with sellers. Let's talk about buyers. Similar, very similar. Got to talk to them about the working with agents brochure disclosure. Talk about what their options are before getting confidential information from them. A lot of this is going to be overlap because we've got to treat sellers and buyers pretty much the same way when it comes to this disclosure. If the buyer doesn't want representation, then they need to initial saying that you're going to be a sub-agent, not a buyer agent. As a buyer agent, you could be a non-exclusive buyer agent. Have them sign something in writing, but it's a non-exclusive buyer agent. That gives them the ability to work with others. But they also have an agreement with you in writing too. I'd rather not use it. You don't have to use it. You could just choose not to offer it. But there's an exclusive buyer agency choice and also a non-exclusive buyer agency choice. In the non-exclusive one that we're looking at here, that buyer can still work with other brokers, and the only broker that's getting paid is the one that is determined to have been the procuring cause. Remember that? Originating a series of events without a break in their continuity, resulting in a completed transaction. That's procuring cause. It's sort of like that open listing agreement we learned about. And with buyer agency, we have that little short-term option of oral buyer agency, meaning you still have to talk about it. It is express, meaning intentionally talk about it. Can't just insinuate or let them imply what you're doing based on your actions. But it does allow for an oral phase that only works up to the point of when. When does that oral buyer agency have to be put into writing? You can never make any money if all you are is an oral buyer agent because you can't make it to the closing table. You got to convert this thing, reduce it to writing before making an offer. Perfect. And again, that nightmare scenario, you've done work, you've been an oral buyer agent, but you go too long before you make them put it in writing, and you get to the point of making an offer and they say, well, I'm not signing that. I will not sign the written buyer agency. We've just made an offer. We just wrote up an offer. I want you to present that offer, and I'm not signing your buyer agency. I doubt that's going to happen, by the way. I'm just painting a scary picture to prove a point. But if that were to happen, then your first move after that would be to see if you're even getting paid as a sub-agent to the seller, because it might be one of those listings that pays zero to a seller sub-agent. They'll only pay a commission to a buyer agent. And now you've become not a buyer agent because they won't convert oral to written. And now an offer needs to be made. Exclusive buyer agency is my preference. It needs to be in writing. And by the way, if the test says all agency agreements must be in writing, true or false, they won't say true or false. There's no true or false on the test. But if that's somehow they ask you that question, which of the following agency agreements must be in writing? Tell me which agency agreements must be in writing. Every single one of them, you got it. Even the buyer ones, even though there is a short time that you can do oral buyer agency, because heck, that could be a long time. It could be a year or two. If you never got around to writing offers, I would highly advise that you reconsider working with this person. How long-term are they going to be? Are they just doing this for fun? Maybe they're bored. Maybe they just know you'll let them look at pretty houses and waste your time. Is it a waste of time? But yeah, oral buyer agencies could go a long way, but it'll never get to the point of closing. Express buyer agency must be in writing. The buyer's working with only you. It's like a marriage. They're committing to you. You're committing not just to them. You have other buyers, but they're committing to only work with you. Let you be their person. And that's a great benefit to them. Get good at explaining why that is. Because, good grief, can you imagine if you had to explain your situation to 10 different people just to look at houses? That doesn't sound fun to me. Let's find one good one that you like to work with and stick with them. Let them be your person. They're going to bend over backwards and go above and beyond to work with you, to take care of you, and to see that you get your goals accomplished because you're committing to them. And as long as they stick by your side and walk you through the process, eventually they're going to get a paycheck. And by the way, what I like to remind people sometimes is, look, guys, I'm the last one to get paid in the whole process. So I'm in it for your benefit. I don't get paid until you get the house you want, or I don't get paid until you get your proceeds from selling it. I'm the last one. So I also want to have that relationship. I want to have that long-term relationship, that go-to person kind of a situation. But you can relate the buyer agency agreement to the listing agreement. A lot of similarities to an exclusive right to sell listing agreement. They're committing to you on that one too. And on this one, they're committing to you to help them buy. There's also some other things we talked about before. The for sale by owner agreement, protection agreement, which says that FSBO will pay you a buyer agency fee, whatever you decide that to be. And then also a limited services listing agreement. In both of those cases, we have the seller being unrepresented. Well, let me say it differently. In both of those cases, we have the buyer agent interacting with the seller directly, not through the listing agent. Because for the FSBO, there is no listing agent. For the limited service listing situation, the listing agent isn't around. The only thing they're doing for that seller is putting it in the MLS, and they're pretty much just absent. The seller is, in fact, you see in the MLS, it says, direct all offers, negotiating, and interaction, and arrange for showings only with the seller directly. Don't call the listing agent, because it's a limited service listing. They don't want to be bothered. They didn't get paid for all that. They're only getting paid for a very limited amount of duties. They're still responsible, though. Even though they're doing less, getting paid less for doing less for that seller, their agency responsibilities are not diminished. That's the big testable piece of this for you guys to know for this PSI. They can limit their services they're giving the seller, but they can't limit their responsibilities to the seller. They're still on the hook. A smart limited service broker would still be plugged in to the transaction. Even though they are only getting paid very little just to put it on the MLS, they could still get in trouble. So let's make sure you're kind of monitoring things and don't just treat it like one and done. Pay me my $500 flat fee and I'll just let you do whatever you do. Well, not really. For me, I want to make sure everybody's behaving properly. It may even be the seller who's getting out of line, and I need to step in and say, Let me help you understand how this works. So it gets a little tricky if a buyer agent has to interact with that seller directly, not through their own agent. So you just have to be careful not to practice undisclosed dual agency. If they really like you, don't let them tell you confidential stuff, even though it would benefit your client for them to do so, because you would have to report to your client, not allowed to do it. You have a responsibility to him, even them, that customer that's not your client, the person on the other side of the transaction. You have a responsibility not to let them do themselves harm by telling you things that you would then be obligated to tell your buyer. Still gonna list out potentially what areas, what properties, what types of property, and what type of agency you're dealing with. So another set of similarities from the buyer agency agreement to a listing agency agreement. And then we talked in depth several times now about this whole dual agency concept. You're an agent for both of them. You're in the middle. Might be you and others in your firm, right? And by the way, true dual agency means there's at least one broker between the buyer and the seller. They're a mediator, really. They can't give them advice. They can't help either side to benefit or gain an advantage over the other. And there's no loyalty here. So therefore, a provisional broker and their own broker in charge can both be dual agents. Remember that? Don't get that confused with the thing about how a provisional broker cannot be a designated dual agent up against their own BIC, because that's a different thing. When they're designated agents, now it's treating it like two separate firms. Now they're competing against each other. The one helping the buyer is trying to get the most house for the least money. The one helping the seller is trying to get the most money for the house, right? Two very opposite goals. So they're kind of head to head. In designated dual agency, it's like two separate firms. So therefore, a PB can't be head to head with their own BIC. Their BIC has to be a resource for them to guide them through a transaction. And that BIC can't do that properly if the BIC has obligations of old car to the opposite party. But it's true dual agency where the PB and the BIC are allowed to both be dual agents together, because neither one of them can give loyalty to either side, right? Firm needs to have a policy about how it's going to treat dual agency. You need to know if your firm will let you do it. And then you need to decide if you want to do it. You might start out agreeing to do it, but then you're like, nope, that was terrible. I don't ever want to do it again. And also the clients have to give their consent. If you're only in an oral buyer agency agreement, do you have to explain to that buyer how dual agency works? It's not going to be in writing, but you do. Yeah, you do. And then once you convert that, this is good. Write this one down. Once you convert that oral buyer agency to written buyer agency, that dual agency goes into writing as well, because it's in the buyer agency agreement. But you have to be express about it, even in the oral buyer agency stage. You need to make sure they understand what dual agency is, how that could possibly work. Here's our high-tech graphics. One firm has two clients. There's a property within the firm, a seller represented, and then a buyer as well. And it could be more than one broker acting as a dual agent. Designated is a little different. One property, one firm still, but there's two clients. One is designated for the seller. One is separate brokers designated for the buyer. And then everybody else in the firm are dual subagents. When it's a designated dual agency thing, the designated buyer agent is just for the buyer. The designated listing agent is just for the seller. But all the other brokers in that firm are dual, not designated, but dual agents. Meaning, not that they're going to know anything really. They're not even going to be involved probably. But officially, their title is dual subagents, because they can't give either party an advantage. But again, that's just sort of the legalese part of it, because in real life, they're not involved probably. It's just going to be those designated ones that are involved in that actual transaction. Okay, so this, true or false, a broker in charge and a provisional broker under them can be in a dual agency transaction. True or false? Great. Lovely. Oh, so happy to see that. Whew, man, it takes so long to get that through. People just can't grasp it. It's so weird. And I'm so proud of you guys. Great job. Yeah. True dual agency. Yes. PB and BIC can be true dual agents in a transaction. Dual. But designated? No. Must all agency agreements between a firm and a client be in writing? You bet. Even though that buyer one can be short term, can be oral buyer agency for a little while. Won't do you any good. You'll never get paid until it becomes written. Let's look at some math. We've already kind of looked at it, but let's look at how the splits happen between the firms. Hang on one second. Oh, almost had a complication. My iPad was unplugged and it was going down. And I need it. Here we go. We're good. All right. So in this case, we have a $500,000 sale price. The seller has agreed to pay a 6% commission. So the total commission is 6% of $500,000, which is $30,000 there at the top. And what the seller and the listing firm has also decided upon, well, the broker on behalf of the firm, they've decided to split that 6% evenly. If another broker from another firm brings the buyer, we're going to share this evenly with them. This 30, we're going to keep 15, we're going to give them 15. So that's what that means. Listing firms getting 50% of the total. Listing firms getting 15,000. Selling firm is also getting 15,000. These can be uneven. No law saying they have to be even. Now, within the selling firm, in this case, on the right side, the broker who is the buyer agent or the selling agent, at least, we don't know from this information if they're an actual buyer agent, but they're the one helping the buyer. That broker has a split with their firm of 70%, 70-30. That means whatever that broker brings in, the firm is going to take 30% of it off the top, and the broker will get the remaining 70. That's a pretty good split. Not unheard of. So that 15,000 is going to be split up. 70% of that 15,000, in this case 10,500, is going to that selling broker who helped the buyer. And then the other 4,500 of that 15,000 is going to the firm because the firm gets 30% of the 15,000. Over on the listing side on the left, that listing firm and that broker have a different split. They have a 50-50 split between the actual agent who put the sign in the yard and the firm they work for. They have to split everything 50-50. It's all negotiable. Your split with your firm just depends on what your firm's willing to give you. And if you don't like it, there are many, many firms. But a lot of the bigger firms, whether they let you as a new agent start out at 50 or let you start out higher, it seems like once you have some experience and a few sales under your belt, I've seen splits from 70 to 90. I've even seen 100% splits. Some firms will give you every penny of what you bring in, but in exchange for that, you have to pay a pretty hefty desk fee, a regular every monthly fee. I worked for the big balloon company once upon a time, and in that situation, I was a single agent working for them, and I got I think a 90% split. So I'd keep 90% of whatever I brought in. However, I had to pay them $1,100 a month as like a desk fee. So that's great as long as you're producing. But if you're not producing, that 1,100 gets a little painful. And that was around the time that the market shifted. So I got out of that situation and went to a more traditional company that paid me, I think, a 70-30 or an 80-20 with like $100 desk fee. There's all these combinations. You'll find that out when you're out there interviewing. The smaller firm might be a little more flexible, but the bigger name firms probably have a formula and they're like, this is how we do it. Take it or leave it. If you choose to go with a team, like one of those big teams, I can never think of any of those teams by name when I'm in this point in the class, but you'll see them on the billboards, and it's like some big rainmaker person, and then they have several people working for them. They have a team of buyer agents. They're spending a lot. They're probably spending thousands of dollars a month, that team leader, creating leads, generating leads, and they need people to work those leads because they can't get around to all of them. So if you become their buyer agent, and a lot of new agents will do this because you can just do that one thing, that one focused specialty. They will give you those leads. They'll give you a buyer lead. It's a buyer that has been probably pre-approved. You get them out there, show them some stuff, get them under contract. You hand the file over to a transaction coordinator once they're under contract and have signed a offer, made it into a contract. And now you're done with that one. They'll give you a new buyer. You go work with them, find something, get them under contract, hand them off to the next department. A split in a team like that for a buyer agent working in a team, I've seen like 40%. You getting 40% because there's a lot of overhead. And you're not having to do the whole thing. They're having to pay those transaction coordinators, and they're having to pay probably thousands of dollars a month to generate those leads that they're giving you. Nothing comes free, right? So the team concept can be great because it lets you just pretty much do real estate for buyers, but are you going to be content with that over time? Sometimes the people give it a year or two as a team buyer agent, and then they're like, this 40% is looking kind of slim. I kind of want to get like 70 or 80. And now that I have some experience, maybe I'll try just going out on my own, because maybe you've developed a sort of an email list. People that know you and know what you do and you've proven yourself, and then you maybe go out and do your own general single agent thing again, or for the first time. There's lots of choices. So in this case, this is probably a newer broker on the listing side because they have a 50-50 split with their firm. And so that 15 becomes $7,500 a piece. So we would do all this same thing depending on the commission split total. If it's a 5% commission, then 5% of the 500,000 would be whatever that is. What's that? Maybe 25,000. And then you would just split down from there. Let's look at how the calculations work. We've got that 500 sale price, multiply it by the commission total, and that gives us the dollars of commission. If you want to make this into a T formula, anytime the things are multiplied together, they go on the bottom to equal the thing on top. So the test question could go backwards and forwards on you here. They could ask you this 3 different ways on the test. They could say the sale price was $500 and the total commission percentage was 6%. How much in total commission dollars is paid out? And the answer would be 30,000. Or they could say the total commission dollars paid out was 30,000. The commission percentage was 6%. How much was the sale price? And if you just know this T formula, it's no big deal. You can just plug them into the right spots, and it'll tell you what the math needs to be. You put the $30,000 there on top, the 6% on the bottom, and you divide. 30,000 divided by 6%, and that gives you that 500,000 sale price. So be able to go backwards and forwards with this thing, because they could ask it to you multiple ways. They might start at the bottom. The listing broker got $7,500. The total commission was 6%, and the firm split the commission evenly. Therefore, how much was the sale price? What? Oh my gosh, what the heck is that? Well, then you just would kind of work from here. You know that this broker made 7,500 there on the lower left. You know that the firm split evenly. I'll work it out on the iPad with you. We'll do it together in a minute. Okay, so we've got this, and then we've got the 15,000 that the firm is getting, and then the total commission to the listing side, or I think it was the selling side, was 15,000. How much was the firm getting versus the broker? The broker's portion of the split was 70% of it. So 70% of 15,000 is $10,500. So just being able to go back and forth doing that. Let's look at this one. A property sold for $500. 6% commission was paid. The commission was split equally between selling firm and listing firm. The listing firm split theirs 50-50 between firm and broker. The selling firm split theirs 70-30 between firm and broker. How much did who receive? So the test could give you lots of different options. If they're asking how much did the listing firm or listing broker receive, then the answer is 7,500. This is sort of like a multiple purpose that you're not going to see a question like this. It's like they're going to ask you who received what. If they say how much did the selling firm receive, then that's what would be here, and you'd have to be able to calculate it. Let's do that. Let's do one. Let's go over to the iPad. Okay. So let me make one up. Listing broker, that human who basically did all the work, received $5,400 commission. That listing broker has a 60-40 split with the firm, meaning the listing broker human got 60 and the listing firm, got the 40. The listing firm shared the total commission 50-50. They split it evenly with the selling firm. Let's see. So we know, and the total commission paid was 5%. How the heck do we turn this into the question, which is, how much did it sell for? How much was the sale price? Say it that way. Okay. Wow. We got to kind of draw it out. I find to literally draw it out is useful. So we've got some things here. We've got 5,400. I'm just going to make a note here on the calculator to remember. I'll just go back and forth. So 5,400 is what the listing broker is getting. We could go down here and draw it out like this. We've got a listing broker and a listing firm, and they're splitting 60-40. And that listing broker's portion is 5,400. And then from there, the amount that listing firm got total, which is the amount that was split to become the 54, is going to be put into here, into this blank. And then we also know that the actual sale price, which we need to find, the commission was 5% of whatever that is. And then as far as this other side firm goes, it's a 50% split. So let's see if we have enough. Did I give enough information? 5,400 is going to the listing broker, and that's 60% of the total split. The 5,400 they got. So let's see if it works this way. That listing firm's amount, whatever this is, if we multiply that by the 60%, we get 5,400. Because we know these things. We know the listing broker's split with their firm is 60%, and that was this much in money, in cash. So we could turn this into a T formula. 5,400 is the amount the listing broker got. Divide that by that 60%. And that means the total amount to the firm was $9,000. Because if you calculate 60% of 9,000, gives you that 5,400 that the broker got. We don't need this because it didn't ask it, but we could also now determine how much the firm was left with. 9,000 times 40%. The firm ended up with 3,600. But the important part here is we were a step closer to the answer. We know that 9,000 is what the entire firm got. They had to split that 9,000 with their broker. But here's the firm's piece. And so if the listing firm got 9,000 and it was a 50-50 split between them and the selling firm, how much did the selling firm get? They both got the same thing. So they both got 9,000 because they split it evenly. So now we know we can just add these together. The total commission was $18,000 because 9,000 went to the listing side and 9,000 went to the selling side. We'll do this again. Don't freak out. Don't worry about it. So the 18,000 was the total commission paid out. Now we know two of the three things that make up a T formula. We know the total commission rate, and we know the total commission dollars. And we also know that if you take the sales price and multiply it by the commission rate, in this case 5%, that gives us the total dollars of commission, which we've determined to be 18,000. And so now we have two of the three things and plugged them into the formula and know that all we got to do is go 18,000 divided by 5% means it sold for $360,000. Does that make sense? Kind of. Another time or two and it'll really click. But it looked a little intimidating in the beginning. You're like, well, wait, what? So let's do it again. Let's just do this. Go ahead. I missed you. You muted. Did you need to see it again? Yeah. Yes. So those darn terms can really mess you up. You've got to think, okay, wait. And in the moment, it's like the third hour of the test, and you're like, okay, take a breath, clear your mind. Who are we talking about here? And you just really have to think hard. If it says listing, do it this way. If it says listing firm, that's going to be a couple things. First of all, it's going to be this one, like in the hierarchy. You've got the sale price and the firms are splitting, and then the the human with their firm. So listing firm amount could be this one, the total the firm's getting. It could also be what the firm ends up with after splitting with their broker person. So you're going to need more information. Test question is going to have to give you more to go on. So let's look at another one. If it says total commission paid, then that means the total percentage of the sale price. And it's probably going to be a single digit, frankly. Probably be like a 4, 5, 6, 7, something like that. Let's say it's 6% is the total. When you see here the word total commission, we're talking about how much of a percent of the sale price is being shared by everyone. And then if you see selling firm, because of the ing, that means the one helping the buyer. And so it's the total amount going to that firm, and then how are they splitting with their human? Is it a 50-50 split? Is it a 60-40? Notice the double-digit numbers of split are like at this level between the human and their firm. The single-digit numbers of split are like at this higher level, like the total, just as a little clue. Not like something you'll be tested on, but just as a clue to help you make sure you're on the right track. So let's look at another one. The listing firm, their final, what they're walking away with at the end of the transaction, amount earned, let's say they're getting $14,300. That's what the listing firm is getting. And their split, that listing firm is splitting with their human broker, let's call it 50-50. Sorry, I got messy. And then the firms between the selling and listing firm, we'll say this is the listing firm is sharing the total commission evenly again. You know what? Yeah, we'll keep it that way. Sharing the total evenly. I forgot how much I need to give you. Yeah, I do need to give you the total. And so the total commission paid is 7% of the sale price. So what is the sale price? If you can read all that chicken scratch. We've got 14,003 that the listing firm ended up with. They split with their agent 50-50. The total commission paid on the sale price is 7%. So therefore, what is the sale price? And it's break time, so I'll let you go ahead and take a break, and we'll pick this up when we come back. But I'll keep watch on the time. together. Okay. Here's another problem. 14.3 is what that listing firm got. 14.3 when it was all said and done. They split that evenly, so that's pretty easy. We know listing firm and listing broker both got 14.3. We can do that pretty much in our heads. So if they split it evenly, that means 14.3 times 2. So I went easy on you on that one. So the total that the listing firm got that they had to end up splitting was the 28.6. And how did they split that 28.6 with the selling firm? Evenly again. So another one that's easy. We just times that by 2 again. 28.6 times 2, 57,200. And that is the total, right? 57,200. So the sales price times the 7% commission is 57,200. So now we can just plug it into that T formula, do our division, and that reveals sales price 817,143. Let's double check it. Let's go in the right direction. 817,143. Oops, a little dyslexia there. 817,143. Okay, yeah. Times 7% is 57.2. That got split to 28.6 to the one side. And then that side, that listing commission was split again. Let's do it times 50% to be consistent. So that they got 14.3. So yeah, price of 817,143. Does that help? Does it make it a little easier to see some 50% splits? Kind of helps you do it in your head a little bit. And then when you have an uneven split, like a 60-40, now you know what the procedure is. Okay. Let's look at one more little practice problem. One of those seller net practice problems again. And then we're done with 8. Sammy seller wants to walk away from closing with $55,000 in pocket. Has a mortgage to pay off of $240,000. Has other expenses. He's got a second mortgage called a home equity line of credit. He borrowed against the equity of the house. And so he still owes $40,000 on that. He's got to pay $40,000 to pay that off with his seller proceeds. He's going to have to make repairs for $5,000, and he's going to have to pay the attorney fees of $2,000. And he's agreed to pay the brokerage commission of 7% of the sale price. How much does Sammy need to sell the property for in order to get the $55,000 left over? Give you guys a minute to do that, and then we'll look at it together. How about this? Going to add up our dollars. We can't add the commission in, right? We're just going to be able to add in the dollar amounts. And those come up to $342,000. So the seller will end up at $342,000 after they've paid you the 7% commission. So we've added up these things. Keep in mind, the answer choices will be very deliberate. The wrong answer choices will probably be wrong by like exact amounts of these numbers, because they want to make sure you know what you're supposed to do with what. They won't just be random ones. So we take our $342,000 expenses, divide them by the seller's portion of the sale price. Seller's portion of the sale price is 100% minus 7%, or 93. And that means it needs to sell for $367,742. If you had forgotten about the commission, then the $342 would be what you ended up with, right? If you had done other wrong things with the commission, if you'd multiplied it, then you would have gotten $365,940. And if you had this is a common mistake, forgetting to include the amount the seller wants to walk away with. If you forgot about the $55,000 desired net, you would have come up with $308,602, and they'll probably give you that as an answer choice, so that you think you got it right because you saw a nice exact number. So you just got to take your time, go through the steps. It's really just 2 steps, well, maybe 3. Add up all the dollars, figure out the seller's portion of sale price, and divide the one by the other. And that's it. Don't forget that a listing agreement is not an offer to sell real estate. It's a promise to try your best. You're going to try to procure a buyer. It's an employment contract. It doesn't bind the seller to sell. Just because the seller is listing the property with that broker doesn't mean they have to agree to any price. The seller could turn down every price, every offer. Could be 45 offers and they turn them all down. Nothing makes them take an offer, which I use as a positive when it's a seller. I just talked to one the other day, I think it was last Friday. The seller was worried that about what they could get for it. And I just said, look, at the end of the day, you have full control. We could get 45 offers. You can turn every one of them down. We'll get those offers. You look around, and if you can't find a house that you want to buy and move to, turn all of them down. I just want to get the pressure off of his shoulders and I don't want him to worry. Yes, that would suck. That would be a shame because I would have put time and money into it. Yes, for me, not great, but odds are it's not going to shake out that way anyway. You just need to give them peace of mind to get the ball rolling, knowing that, look, nobody's going to force you to sell your property. The listing agreement doesn't do that. It just says you're going to let me try, and I'm going to try my best. If that seller doesn't get it sold, what could happen? Well, they let the listing expire. You could let them out early. Again, if worst case, I guess the other end of that is if they back out of a contract and decide not to sell, then now you're dealing with some mess because the buyer agent might sue for commission, and you might need to sue for commission because of if you've produced a ready, willing, and able buyer, right? It goes back to that. Okay, there's 8. Let's move it on into number 9. Where'd it go? Chapter 9 is basic contract law. Not many minutes attributed to it. I think it's about an hour and a half. But since it's basic contract law, we're talking probably national portion of the exam is where you're going to see this type of stuff. Then chapter 10 gets into some specifics, and we deal with like state, North Carolina related things. So here we go. Our objectives here are to talk about some definitions. What is bilateral versus unilateral? We'll learn about auction sales. There's quite a bit of level 2 information, which means you need to know more than just the definition of something, and that is the contract terminology, this valid, void, and voidable contract concept. Addenda, when do we use those? Amendments, when do we use those? Essential elements of a contract. Ooh, wait. Essential elements of a contract. That sounds familiar. Where did we see essential elements of a thing before? We learned about essential elements of some other kind of document. What was that document? You got it. We're going to see and compare essential elements of a contract versus essential elements of a deed. And we'll probably see some similarities. And then we're going to learn what reality of consent is. We're going to be getting into this is where the money is made, guys, right? This is my favorite post class. The post that focuses on contracts and closings, which, by the way, I'm starting this week, all day Thursday, Friday, this week and next week. I'll be teaching post 302, which is a deep dive into contracts and closings, which is exactly what we're talking about now. We're getting into contracts, and then we'll be talking about closings in a future chapter. So let's talk about a contract. It's a promise or a set of promises to either do something or not do it between two parties. Could be humans, could be entities. If it's not humans, it would be entities, meaning like a corporation, an LLC, limited liability company, an LLP, limited liability partnership, S corporation or a C corporation. That would be an entity, like a legal entity compared to a human. So a contract is between parties, and it's a promise to do something or not do it. We've seen these words before. Express means we're expressing our intentions, right? We're being intentional. We're stating our terms, whether written or not. Don't think express only means in writing. That's a big one. Jot that one down. Express could be orally that we are expressing our intentions, or it could be in writing, either one. And then an implied contract means that we're making them assume what we mean by our actions. And I think I've already given you that example of the day-to-day. Every one of us in this Zoom room here, within the last month at least, have engaged in an implied contract because we sat down at, well, maybe not Starbucks because you pay first, but we sat down at a restaurant, ate the food first, and then they brought us the bill. Through our actions of sitting there, ordering and eating, they're assuming we're going to pay for it, right? Just depends on how fast you feel like you might be that day to dine and dash. And then one party making the promises means it's a unilateral contract. That's where someone could fire you. But we've learned that that's not a thing. Like in an agency agreement, one party would have to let the other one out. They can't just fire one or the other. You can't fire them, they can't fire you. You'd have to say, could we just agree not to do this? Mutual consent to just not do this anymore. Bilateral is what we're talking about there, and that means both parties have made promises. Let's bring that around to the contract. In a typical sales contract, the buyer is promising to pay the seller X sales price, $300,000 sales price. That's the promise they're making. The seller in return is promising to deliver the buyer a deed, ownership of the house in exchange for that $300,000 sale price. There's lots of other terms and conditions along the way, but that's essentially the two promises being made. So a unilateral means there's a one-way direction. One of the parties is promising a thing, making the promises. The other one is not. Bilateral means both are making promises. We'll see an example of a unilateral contract in a little bit. I'll give you a hint. It's an option to purchase. An option to purchase is a type of contract where you're not agreeing to buy it. The buyer is getting an option to maybe think about it. They're paying an option fee, which is called consideration. They're paying consideration to that seller, and they're saying to the seller, look, I don't know if I want to buy this yet or not, but would you let me have the first priority? I'll go ahead and pay you a $10,000 option fee if you'll give me a year to decide if I actually want to buy this place or not. what what might they be waiting for? Why might that buyer not want to commit yet? What are they waiting to find out over the course of that year? What sorts of things might they be looking to figure out before they commit to buying it or not buying it? Any guesses? It could be that it's a speculative investor, like a land investor kind of person, and they know that the city is talking about putting in a road, like a major road. Back in Charlotte years ago, the outer loop, 485 outer loop, was being built. Took it forever. Can't even believe it's finished. But the road, one of the many roads it crossed over, and they made an exit at, is the Rocky River Road. Rocky River Road in the east side of Charlotte. My dad, his parents, owned 8 acres about a mile from where it ended up going through, crossing Rocky River. And so his parents got sick, and one of them passed away, and my dad got sick too, and we had to, as a family, basically decide to sell it. Had to sell it. And we knew the road was coming, but it wasn't there yet. We knew the 485 interchange was coming. And all the old timers, the old farmers around there that knew my dad from way back were telling him, look, you're crazy. Why are you selling it now? Because in a few more years, it's going to be worth a lot more once that road is actually approved and put in, and it's pretty much going to happen. And we knew that they were right. I was in real estate at the time. I was like first couple years in. So they were right. However, family necessity, right? We had to pay bills, had to take care of people, put someone in an assisted living, and my dad got ill, and you got to do what you got to do. And so we sold it. But somebody could have seen that road coming through, found a seller like us, and if we had not been in a hurry to sell, they could have come to us and said, we'll give you an option to purchase. It's not finally approved that this road is going to come through, so I may not want to buy this land near where we think it's coming, because maybe they'll decide not to even put it in. And so an option to purchase gives that potential buyer time to decide and wait and see if the thing is going to happen. The zoning might need to change. When is the zoning board going to vote on changing the zoning? Maybe in 3 months. I'll give you an option to purchase, says the seller. If you give me an option fee, then I'll sit back and not sell it to anybody, and I'll let you get the first chance if you give me money now to pay for that time. And that is a unilateral contract, because the seller can't do anything with the property. They have to sit and wait and see what the buyer wants to do. And if the buyer wants to buy it, they can do it. If they don't want to buy it, they don't have to buy it. Either way, the seller still keeps the option fee. But an option to purchase is an example of a unilateral contract compared to a traditional contract between a buyer and a seller. These two words are fun. You'll hear them used incorrectly when you're out in the world at your firm. Some old timer agent is going to say, I'm so excited. I sold that house. We got it under contract. I have an executed contract. And you won't say this because you don't want to, act like a snob and know it all, because you will probably know more than they do about the laws and rules, because they've been in the business 20 years and they forgot the laws and the rules and they're hanging on by a thread. Just seems to be the way it can work sometimes. Take pride in the fact, as a brand new agent, that you know the most recent laws and rules. That's a big advantage. The ones who've been in it a long time get a little bit sloppy and they're going to use this word wrong, because if they call that contract an executed contract and you haven't closed, or they haven't closed on it yet, that is not the right word. Executed means there's nothing left. Executed contract means it's all done. It's closed. You got paid, you're finished. The proper term that you need to know for this class, and after that you probably don't need to know anymore, is executory. An executory contract means you're in the phase called under contract. You've got one. A buyer has raised their hand, made an offer. Seller has accepted. Now we're waiting for the buyer to fulfill their promises, which are going to include getting their loan approved, having inspections, negotiating repairs, and getting to the closing table. That entire phase is the executory phase. And during that phase, the contract is called and known as an executory contract because there's still a lot of things left to do. Once it's closed, there's nothing left. It is a closed file, and that contract is then called executed. It's closed and recorded and all done. It doesn't matter except for this class and this PSI exam, but people will use the wrong word and just know the word. True or false? Does an express agreement have to always be in writing? Look at you, beautiful people. I love it. So proud of you. You're so good. Wow. No, an express agreement is not always in writing. It could be verbal, oral, or written. You got it. It just means the parties have discussed the terms. They've been intentional about it. You got it. Now, in order for it to be enforceable in a court of law, it needs to be in writing. We'll talk about that in a minute. Okay. Here's a fun thing. Remember, we talked about like fee simple and is that kind of topic. And then we talked about like tenants in common, and there was that whole thing. Well, this is another sort of thing like that. We're going to talk about the V words. When it comes to a contract, is the contract valid? Or is it void? Or is it voidable? We're going to learn what these three things mean. Now, let me just go ahead and give you the spoiler. Just looking at it from here, as you're sitting there looking at this screen, and you see the word void, contract, you might be thinking that means a contract that is no good, that's not going to serve any purpose, maybe. Because I'm thinking of a void lottery ticket, right? You scratched off too many things, so you voided it out. It's no good. However, that's not quite what we're talking about. When it comes to a contract, any of these kinds of a contract, whether valid, void, or voidable, could still result in a successful closing. Write that one down. Write that one down in your notebook. Any of these three V words, a void contract, a voidable contract, or a valid contract, could still result in a successful closing. You could still get it closed. It doesn't kill it. Could still close. That is huge. Very testable because it's very hard to get and really grasp at first. Now, the reason these words matter is because these words mean which of the two parties have the freedom to walk away from the contract if they wanted to. If it's a valid contract, then both of the parties are obligated to the contract. Neither one, buyer or seller, neither one can walk away from it and breach it without consequences. They are both beholden to it. It's bilateral contract. They will suffer consequences if they try to back out, whether losing money or getting sued or something. That's a valid one. If it's a void contract, then either one of the parties could walk away from the contract and there's no consequences to it. The other party can't do anything about it. They're just out of luck. A void contract means either the buyer or the seller can walk away, back out, breach, and there's not a thing the other party can do about it. Unenforceable. And then voidable, what do you think that might be? We've talked about the valid means neither one can back out without consequences. Void means both of them can back out without consequences. What do you think voidable means? You got it. Perfect. Means one of them can back out without consequences, but the other one cannot. So let's see what that looks like. All of this has to do with this other word called enforceable or unenforceable, meaning anytime you read this word, add the phrase in a court of law in your mind. Is it unenforceable in a court of law? Can it be enforced? I always think of Judge Judy. I think she's got a new show. But Judge Judy, a judge appearing in court, what does she say when those people come into that court and one of them's complaining about the other and one of them says, they promised to do this? She says, well, do you have it in writing? It's always the first question. And half the time, most of the time, they're like, well, no, we agreed to it in the bar over the beer verbally. Well, sorry, get out. I can't help you. You got nothing in writing. You have nothing that's enforceable. It's unenforceable in a court of law. So, a valid contract means that it satisfies all the legal requirements. It is enforceable in a court of law. There's no issues. There's no problems with what? Either of two things. There's no problems with the paper, like the written instrument. When you see the word instrument, that means the document, the legal document. No problems with the paper, nor are there any problems with the parties or the people. I'll say, is there a problem with the people or is there a problem with the paper? You might hear me say those things too. The documents or the parties. There's no issues with either one if it's a valid contract. We're good. You will perform as promised. If you don't, there are consequences because it is enforceable in court. You will be forced to perform because you wrote it down, you signed it, and you promised to do it. That is a valid contract. Both parties have consequences if they don't fulfill their promises. A void contract, remember, means that either party can walk away with no consequences. It lacks one or more essential elements that make a contract, which we'll learn about in a minute. It's not enforceable. A void contract's not enforceable in a court of law. It basically means you never even had a contract. No legal effect at all. And if it's not enforceable, then it means the parties can't make the other party perform. Again, they don't have any consequences for walking. What's a good example of a void contract? An oral contract, verbal. I always think of two old farmers. Maybe they live next to each other. They've been neighbors for years. They back up to each other. One of them's older, about ready to give up the farm life. The other one's younger, still going at it, still farming. And he's always wanted to buy some or all of his neighbor's property. The neighbor's not ready to move away and get out completely, but they each own 100 acres next to each other. The older one says to the younger one, as they're sitting on the back of the pickup, chewing sunflower seeds and whatever, hey, I'm ready to kind of slow it down a little bit. I'll sell you the 50 acres that backs up to your property. And the younger one was like, hey, that's great news. I'll do it. Okay, well, you know what? We don't need to hassle with a bunch of paperwork. Let's just make a gentleman's agreement, shake hands on it. I'll call our attorney buddy, have him draw up the papers, and in about a month or so, we'll show up to his office and sign the papers and actually have a closing. And they shake hands. There is no written contract. And that's a Friday. Maybe on Monday, the older farmer has spent the weekend, casually mentioned it to his wife, and she's like, what? Are you crazy? You agreed to sell him for that price? That's stupid. Back out of that. I don't want you to sell it for that. And so he calls up the younger one on Monday and says, you know what? I spoke too soon. I should have run it by her first. I can't agree to what we shook on. What? You're going to breach the contract? But can that younger farmer do anything about it? No. It's verbal. They got nothing. He'll be mad, but it's not enforceable in a court of law. On the other hand, though, what if that's not what happened? What if over the weekend the older farmer says to the wife, hey, I promised him to do this. We shook on it. She's like, oh, that sounds great. I've been wanting you to retire, and I'm glad to hear it. Oh, for what price? Oh, that sounds great too. Good job. Looking forward to it. And so they just keep going. They don't try to back out. They don't have anything in writing, and they just proceed over the next 2 or 3 weeks. Still nothing in writing at any point. Either one could back out and there's nothing the other could do about it. But the day of closing rolls around. The attorney has done a title search. He's got the paperwork ready. There's never been a contract, but they show up to closing and the older farmer gives the younger farmer a deed, and the younger farmer gives the older farmer the money, probably rolled up cash out of his overalls, right? Because they're deceptively rich. Right? If they drive an F-150, some old dude in the country probably has a bunch of money buried in jars somewhere. And that could be a legal, consummated, successful transaction that was void the whole time. I'll pause while that sinks in. That's kind of weird and hard to imagine, isn't it? But that's all that means. That's all void means. You could still successfully close, but the whole time that you were under contract, either party could have backed out, and there's nothing the other one could have done. Now, voidable means one of the parties could back out and there's nothing the other one could have done. It looks like a valid contract, but there's a problem. The problem exists because one of the parties is either not 18, not sane, or not sober. There's a problem with the people. Voidable contracts mean a problem with the people involved. So, I am a YouTube junkie. In real life, I watch a lot of it. That's sort of like my main thing I watch. And I'm just fascinated when somebody just has a channel that explodes. And years ago, I ran across this kid that was jumping off the roof of his house onto trampolines and doing flips and managed to not kill himself. And I think at the time he was like 16 and he had like 10,000 subscribers. And then I just checked back in over the course of the year. And I remember like a year later, I looked again and he was at 1 million subscribers. And then it was like 2 million. Once you hit 1 million, it grows really fast. That kid ended up making $1 million some dollars. He ended up buying a $160,000 sports car. He bought his mom a $400,000 house, which is pretty darn good. And he was still not even 18. What if some YouTube millionaire kid who's 17 years old comes to me here with my 5 acres and he says, well, gosh, I could put a lot of trampolines on that 5 acres. Let me pay you and buy your property. I could enter into a contract, a written contract, right, with this underage person to buy my property. And we could successfully close on it. He could show up to closing. He could actually buy it. But anytime along the way, from now up until the closing, since he's not 18, he could have backed out, and there's nothing I could do about it. However, if I tried to back out, he could come after me and enforce it in court because I'm not less than 18. Does that make sense? So it's one-sided. One of the parties can back out with no consequences. Similarly, if you showed property to a buyer all day on a Saturday, they find one they like. It's about 4:35 in the afternoon. You're exhausted. They love you. You love them. You're getting along great. New best friends. And now they want to buy one. So you rush back and go to a restaurant. You do your research on your laptop. And in the meantime, while you're doing your research to see what the property should sell for, because that's what you should do as a buyer agent, verify what it's really worth, they start drinking. They have a few drinks. They order a pitcher. You share it with them maybe. They have a few shots. By the time you've prepared the contract and you're ready for them to sign the bottom line and make the offer, they're pretty well gone. But they managed to sign the contract. And you get it. You send it over to the listing agent. The seller's thrilled. They sign it on the spot. They don't even try to counter because they're so glad about it. And you have what looks like an executory contract signed by everyone by like 11 p.m. that night. They've signed it. They sent it back to you, communicated that they accepted it. We are under contract. Except for one little thing. The next morning, well, maybe the next afternoon because of a hangover, your buyer calls you and says, what happened last night? I just remember the alcohol and vaguely some paperwork. And you say, well, we're under contract. Congratulations. Remember you bought what? Oh, no, I don't really like that house. I want to back out. They weren't sober. It's avoidable. They can back out. Now that seller's going to be hot because they didn't have anything to do with it. It wasn't their fault. But how would they know? But the buyer was intoxicated when they signed it. Therefore, it's a voidable contract. Therefore, they can back out with no consequences. They have to prove it and this and that and the other. And that's a whole other thing that you're not going to be tested on. But just know, 18, sane and sober. The parties have to have legal capacity to perform, meaning be 18, be sane, be sober. The sane one can happen like this. This is a true story. Not personally, but I heard about it. This older gentleman came into a real estate firm, and the way it works with a lot of traditional firms is the brokers will serve work do call time. They'll do call time. They'll be on the schedule, and they will have all the calls coming into the office forwarded to their phone. And maybe back in the day, it was done more than it is now. Now it's forwarded to your phone and you can be anywhere. But back then you would actually sit there at the front desk. At one of the first firms I joined, the first two firms, you actually sat at the front desk along with the office administrator, secretary person. And you were just there in case a walk-in happened or if the phone rang, you would answer it. And then if they wanted to speak to some other agent, you'd forward the call. But if they were calling on like a yard sign or an ad, that would be your lead to work. You have call time. So if you're sitting there, an agent was sitting there on call time, an older gentleman walked in and he started talking about real estate. And he sounded like he knew what he was talking about. It said all the right words. He had actually been a realtor for many years. And he was talking about wanting to buy a property. And so the agent did all the normal stuff, didn't get him pre-approved, but did talk to him about the financing and then determined that it was the proper next course of action. Let's go look at some houses. We've got a live one here. Like, let's say it's a Saturday. And so they go look at 3 or 4 houses and he falls in love with one of them. They come back to the office. They write an offer. He writes an earnest money check, deposit check, as to show that he's serious about this offer. And they the broker presents the offer to the other side and it gets accepted. And now the broker thinks, oh, great, I sold a house. We're under contract. And he says to the gentleman, well, I'll be in touch with you on Monday about the next steps, scheduling inspections. But on Monday, it's not the gentleman that comes in, but a younger lady. And she asks to speak to this broker. And she says to this broker, did you work with an older gentleman on Saturday? And the broker's like, yeah, Mr. So-and-so, he was a great guy. We found a house for him. And she's like, well, you did and you didn't. Because you see, I saw the earnest money check show up because I'm in charge of his affairs because he has dementia. And he's able to get around. He kind of got away from us a little bit. He came in here. He still managed to come in. He knew what to say because he was in the business. And basically that agent had nothing. And that seller had to be told, look, this was a voidable contract because the gentleman was legally incapable of handling his own affairs. Medically. Let's say medically because that's important later. So mentally ill, mental incapacity, intoxicated, or a minor, those categories can be rescinded. That's what makes them voidable. That party, that side can back out. Now, the reason I just corrected myself and I said legally versus medically, typically if it's a medical thing of a mental incapacity, then it would be a voidable contract. But here's what could make it instead, it would be considered void if that person with like a mental issue, Alzheimer's, dementia, if a court has determined them mentally or legally incapable of handling their affairs, court determined, judge determined, not just medically. If the judge said so, then we consider that a void contract, not just voidable, but void contract. Just need to know that little nuance when you're reading the test question. If it says judge determined incapable of handling affairs or court determined, then instead of voidable, which normally you would think, oh, problem with the people, it's voidable. In this case, the judge has said so, it makes it void. So the way you could remember it is the judge says so, they write it out on a piece of paper. Anytime there's a problem with the paper, it's a void contract. If there's a problem with the people, it's voidable. Well, by a judge's decree, it is now The person is incapable of handling their own affairs, so that makes it void, not voidable. But again, even in this voidable contract, even with the intoxicated situation or the elderly gentleman whose grown daughter handles his affairs, maybe she says, well, gosh, son of a gun, he picked a great house. Let's just roll with it. You could still successfully close on any of them. That was the first thing we talked about. Void, voidable, or valid. You can still have a successful closing. It's just all about along the way, while under contract in the executory period, either party, which one of the parties or both of the parties, or maybe neither, depending on which of the 3 V words it is, can back out without consequences. Unenforceable could still close, has elements of a valid contract. It's basically an oral agreement. It's not enforceable. It's not in writing. Neither party can sue the other one for specifically performing. When you see specific performance, that means that's what the buyer can do to the seller if the seller tries to breach. The buyer would sue the seller for specific performance of the contract because that's a unique property that can't be replicated. The seller has been harmed. The buyer has been harmed by being denied the ability to buy it when the seller promised that they would sell it. Unenforceable, not enforceable between the parties. A couple more definitions. And you need to know the difference between these two things. Like, when do you use one versus the other? We need to also write 2 more words on this slide. Under addenda, write the word offer. And under amendment, on your own notes, write the word contract. The offer is what you start with. You make an offer. If the other side agrees to that offer and signs and communicates that they accepted it, now it's a contract. Maybe they go back and forth with counteroffers for a couple of times, and then they finally agree. But when you are making an offer and you need to attach additional terms to that offer, you're going to use an addenda or an addendum to do that. The multiple, the plural of addendum is addenda. Several addendums are addenda. So you need to add something extra to the initial offer you're making. It's going to be some type of an addendum. But once you have a contract, that offer has been accepted and communicated, and now we are under contract, you're not going to use an addenda anymore. That's over. You can't use the addenda. That was for adding terms to to an offer. Now that you're in a contract situation, the way you change a contract is to make an amendment. And think about it this way. The Constitution of the United States is a contract. And so there are amendments to the Constitution. There are amendments to the contract. So an amendment changes the contract. An addendum adds terms to an offer. An addendum is about the offer. An amendment is about the contract. People use these words wrong all the time. So void, voidable, and unenforceable can still successfully get closed. They can still be honored and closed as long as the parties are willing. Key word for determining if a party to the contract has created a void or voidable contract is what? What's the term that, like mental incapacity, what is it that makes the difference between whether it's a void or voidable contract when the person has mental incapacity? What's the magic word? Normally it would be called voidable. But what is it that makes that situation be a void contract instead? You got it. Legally declared. Words like a judge or a court or legally declared. Something about the legal part of it. Not just medical, but legally declared. Which of the following would be considered a non-inheritable estate? A little blast from the past here. Which one of these is not inheritable? Oh my gosh, Neil, it's 9:30. What the heck are you doing? Why are you making us flex our brain muscles? You seeing that chart in your head? What's on the left? What's on the right? The non-inheritable. 2 things were on the right. Yeah, some kind of a life estate. One of the two kinds of a life estate. Which one? The non inheritable were the things on the right, and marital rights was one of them. And then conventional life estate was the other one on the right. Those are the non inheritable. Because remember, um, the life tenant and the measuring life are the same person in this situation with a conventional. That means if the measuring life dies, the life tenant has died. Therefore, they can't leave it to their heirs because they're also the measuring life. It's going to do whatever the original seller wanted it to do, either come back to them or go to another party. Broker in charge of Look at Us Realty has an unlicensed assistant who has completed the real estate commission course, not the PSI, but the course. So they're still unlicensed. The assistant may lawfully perform which of the following services in exchange for an hourly wage paid by the broker in charge? What can an unlicensed assistant do out of these options? Look at you, smart faces out there. You got it. They can submit things to the MLS on behalf of their broker boss. They cannot prepare agency agreements. This 10 per year thing is nonsense. They can't communicate offers and acceptances. That's for licensed people only. They can't hold open houses because the chances of the conversation turning to negotiation related terms is too great. An unlicensed person could also show a rental property for sale, though. They could also execute leases on behalf of their broker boss. But out of this list, you got it. Good job. It's A. And with that, put your name in the chat for me. Let me know of anything. Your homework, go ahead and look at the offer to purchase in the Google Drive. Just skim over that, see where things are, because that's what we're going to focus on chapter 10. So make your way through 9 and 10, and that's what we'll cover next week, and continuing on in order of the syllabus. Read that syllabus too. Have a great weekend.